Honk.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome all. It is Tuesday, but it's not just a normal Tuesday. What's going on, everyone? June 14th, 2022, 12, just about 15 p.m. Eastern, and it is a great pleasure to welcome you all here. Before I do any of that, I have to thank, because while I was getting set up and everything, people decided that they would just be super generous, and so we got a ton of resubs and subs. So thank you, first of all, to Trending for the 42 months for the Tier 1 sub. Thank you, Trend. Thank you to Garlic Tofu for 23 months of Tier 1 support. Thank you to Turbo Tango for 23 months of Prime Tier 1 support. Grayshade Kickstarter Day, let's go. I'm going to talk more about that in a minute. Thank you to the 14 months from Effect Life of Tier 1 sub support. Then we got 5 gift subs from Classicor, incredibly generous. Thank you, Classicor. So welcome back Optic Nerve, Nixie Plays, Wispy Song, Harlequin, and of course Brandon Crilly, all good people and wonderful people. So thank you all for that. Thank you to those amazing people. Thank you to all the cheers from Trendane, and happy Pride Month, by the way. I see the flag. Thank you to Shadowed Mage for 58 months of Tier 2 support. Thank you. We've got all kinds of support. We've got all kinds of things. Thank you to Ballstag for the Tier 1 sub. 39 months. Let's go. This is exciting. I am super pumped up. Thank you to everybody for all the sub support. I know it's that one of the first streams I've had since I've been back from Origins. I probably will talk at Origins about some point. I will talk about Origins at some point today. But first, as Echo has pointed out, we have something important to do. Just before I get there, quick reminder about ways to support the channel. If you haven't already done so, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Website is arvaneleron.com. Financially, of course, we have got !ArvShop for the merchandise area, !ArvTrayon for the Patreon, which is hugely helpful and which again allows us to do lots of awesome stuff, including some of the stuff you're going to see featured today. Plus, you get good stuff for yourself and the channel, as I've mentioned many times. So thank you for those of you who are supporting. And then we've got, let's see, the Patreon, blah, 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 blah. Then, of course, publishing. I'm going to come back to the publishing. That'll be important in just a moment. Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library for my Tales and Tomes in the Forbidden Library from Alligator Rally Entertainment. I sold a ton of those, by the way, this weekend at Origins. But I'm not going to talk about the other publishing thing because that's the focus of today. So at least for the first hour. So just give me a second here and I'll come back to that. And as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. And Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And of course, Ukraine, Ukraine, as even while we're doing what we're doing here, there is continuing to be a war that is being fought in Europe, and an illegal and illegitimate war that is attempting to remove the sovereignty of the people of Ukraine. They are fighting back powerfully, but they have been devastated and destroyed by this war in so many ways. And this is a way, in a small way, for us to be able to step up and help try to mitigate that effect and to rebuild. And so again, this is an example of the community coming together in the best way it can. With all that said, folks, we have over on Pen and Pixels on GOG.com at 4:15 p.m. today. We will have Talisman Adventures. And later on today, we will have, of course, Adventures in Middle-earth at 1 p.m. Eastern, roughly. Adventures in Middle-earth as we continue with that campaign. But right now, we have something even more exciting, at least for today anyway, even more exciting than that. And so I'm going to get rid of that for just a moment, and then I'm going to get rid of that. And finally, I'm going to reveal myself. I am here. I am present. I am ready. I am aware, and I am very excited to be here. I'm in actually quite a good mood. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time, and a lot of people that are in the stream have been that way also. I do want to show you all one shirt that I got today, that I got at Origins, and it is, I'm not procrastinating. It's a side quest. I just want to be clear. I got a couple of good t-shirts at Origins, and that was one of them. And I will talk more about those various things that we happen today. But we are here today, folks, to talk about something which is very near and dear to my heart. And that, of course, is this. You only get one main quest. Open the Kickstarter. Yes, because today is the day, folks, for our Kickstarter. The Grayshade Kickstarter launches today. And I believe, in fact, I'm going to double check and see. The Kickstarter will be getting launched shortly. Let me just double check and make sure. Hold on just a moment. Yep. So we've got we are going to be, we're waiting for the thing to launch and go live. It will be going live shortly. And when it does, we will, sorry, I got to respond to someone on Discord later. And when it does, you will have an opportunity to contribute to a part of this. I am exceedingly excited about this project, and I'm going to spend much of the next 40 minutes or so talking a little bit about things you can keep in mind for stuff. There are a number of people here actually in this chat who have seen this before. Those of you may remember some years ago that I actually had another version, an early version of Grayshade come out through the Ed Greenwood group, and for a few of those who have done that, who supported that, it did not get very much of a wide release. The Ed Greenwood group ended up going out of business, and so I ended up getting my rights back. And what we're doing today is really launching this in incredible fashion. And one thing I can show you before we get even started is this. This is not a proof. This is the official novel. This is the novel. I opened boxes of this, at Origins, where I met both Ballstag and Garlic Tofu. They were there. It was a really great Origins. The author's alcove there was great. But this, good morning, Wispy. But this came out in these boxes. And everyone knows that when an author gets a new box of books, it is one of those like unique experiences to watch them just open up the box and see this thing that has been imagined in their mind for at least months, always, pretty much always years, sometimes decades, to see those things come through, and having that unboxing moment is incredible. So seeing the arrays of this was really great. And we got a chance to sell these for the first time at Origins. I sold a number of these. A lot of people were excited about it. We gave away a bunch of cards about the Kickstarter and the like. And this is the novel. It is available now. Hey, Prince Justin. No, you're not here. I never saw you. So we've got this now, and I'm very excited about this. But in just a moment, when this page goes live, you are going to have a chance to support something beyond just this book, because this is just the beginning. This is the beginning of Grayshade's story, but it is only the beginning of it. There are, for one thing, 2 more books in the Grey Assassin trilogy, Renegade and Heretic. And there is, of course, more than that. There is a game, a 5th edition compatible tabletop role-playing game that is going to be coming out that will allow you to play within the world of Corel, within the city of Corel. You too can become one of these, and not just an acolyte. In case you were curious, you can play other classes within the city of Corel. If you have ever thought that it would be fun and to be able to experience what it's like to be prowling the alleyways of a dark Renaissance era style city, if you ever thought it would be interesting to see what it was like to see the backs of taverns, to sneak into rooms on second floors of less than adequately protected places. If you ever thought it would be good to see what that experience is like, if you ever read any of the City of Thieves, Lankmar stuff when you were younger, if you have ever enjoyed things like Assassin's Apprentice, if you've ever played any Assassin's Creed, or The Way of Shadows by Brent Weeks, if you've ever read that book, if you've ever liked that cool sorts of stuff, that is what this book is about. But I'd like to think that the series is more than that, because there is always, in my writing, at least I've always endeavored to make there be, a dimension of hope, an element of something which isn't just about darkness. There is an element of hope that's potentially there. Now, I'm not going to argue that this is a happy uplift, like, oh, that's such a, wonderful, inspiring read that'll make you feel good about life. I mean, I don't want to make those claims. I do want to claim, though, that in an era where we ourselves find ourselves sometimes in moments of darkness where it feels as if we won't ever be able to find the light again, I think a story that acknowledges the darkness but also presents an image of light beyond it, a chance to be able to move beyond that, I think you'll have that experience with this. This is not just a book about an assassin. It is a book about a man who loses his faith and must somehow regain it. It is about the people and the families and the communities that he builds in the process. It is about the discovery that no person is an island unto themselves. It's also, in addition to all of those, if I may say, a damn good story that I worked very hard on with great action sequences and things that I just put a lot of effort and heart into. And it's also been shaped and improved by the work of so many wonderful people along the way, including people like Garlic Tofu sitting right there in chat, including the work of people like the Rising Tides, who did incredible work on sensitivity reads and really expanded my thinking about the universe. Whether it's somebody like, for example, Turbo Tango, who was an early beta reader of this book in a previous iteration of it. All of these folks, Classic Horror, who's had a chance to read this book in a previous version, all of these things and these people have come together to really shape this book and to make it into what it is. And the book is something I'm very proud of. This blurb right on the back, which says, filled with political intrigue and with the main character struggling with his religious convictions, this is a great read for fans of dark, gritty fantasy. That was Martha Wells, and I am honored to be able to have Martha's good word about this book and support about it. So it is about this book, but it's also about the next two books in the series. It's about the tabletop role-playing game. It's also about an audiobook. Trendane is here, and Trendane, the incredible audiobook narrator of many books for Battletech and Shadowrun, who was the main villain, the voice of the main villain in the Harebrained Schemes brilliant Battletech video game. Tren is going to be doing this. I know. We're waiting soon, Echo. Soon. Hi, Hilness. Good to see you. So Trendane is going to be doing an audiobook for this if the Kickstarter does what we hope it will do. And if we do really well, maybe he might do audiobooks for more. So we are extremely excited. We're extremely excited to have Tren be a part of this as well. And having heard, Tren do the early chapters of this book, I mean, I shouldn't have to, at this point, sell Trendane to regular viewers of this channel, but listen, his work is incredible. So I am exceedingly excited that he's going to be involved in this project. And that's not all. You also will be able to get, as we've talked about, a Founder's Coin from Norse Foundry, which is a maker of various gaming accessories, including dice and pins and things like that for gaming culture. And Norse Foundry, which has a very good reputation in the industry, is going to be producing a Founder's Coin with an image done, an illustration by our very own Tari Tunes. So there are just so many good elements of this project that tie together, and I think this is the most exciting project I've ever done. Not because the other projects were bad. I mean, everything I've been involved in, I've been proud of, but because there are so many disparate elements being brought together for the Grayshade IP, the Grayshade world. And we have other surprises down the line, let me just say, about other things that will be done within this universe. So my partners in this, of course, are, as I've mentioned, Athos Arts, the incredible independent publisher from Detroit, Michigan, which has produced so much good work that I've talked about on this channel over the last few years. Alligator Alley Entertainment, which is the incredible company behind Esper Genesis, behind the new Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, and behind, of course, Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. They are behind the game version of this. Aaron Rosenberg, a veteran game designer who is actually working on this project, an author and tie-in person and so forth, having done a great deal of stuff in the creative and science fiction fantasy fields. Rich Lescouflair, who was the designer of Esper Genesis and who is a DM's Guild adept, is responsible for a lot of the 5e work on this, and that's going to be pretty much amazing. And we have John Helfers, who is editing this book in addition to Garlic Tofu, who should, again, need no introduction if you watch my Eberron campaign. So we've got so many good, creative, smart, just good creative people that are working on this project that I am incredibly excited. And the last thing I'll say is about this before we start looking at some of the details of it is that this project, which is going to run it's going to be launching today. This is going to run just a little bit over a month. And so what I am going to be asking from all of you is two things. Number one, obviously, if you're able to support the project, I'm very grateful for any support that you can yourselves give, but also to please spread the word. The hashtag for this is hashtag Gray Assassin. That's GRAYASSASSIN. SSIN, assassin. I think that's right. Hashtag Gray Assassin. Anything you do, whether it's Facebook posts or tweets or Instagram or Pinterest or whatever you're using with your social media, please use that tag. Please tell people when you've backed the Kickstarter, because this is going to be an ask that will be significant. It is a $25,000 goal, and obviously we want to be able to fund above that. We need to set the goal there because it's the only way that we can get multiple companies have enough resources to be able to produce this project and this product. That said, we are exceedingly excited about the fact that this project has been named already by Kickstarter a project we love. That's an official designation, which means that even before launch, Kickstarter has noted this as one of their most significant projects they're following and want to succeed. That's great for the algorithm. It's great for us. And that deserves, that's perfect. And that deserves a great deal of attention. And first of all, I want to thank them, but I also want to thank Garlic Tofu, who was one of the people tirelessly working, as per usual for Garlic Tofu, tirelessly working to make this possible. So thank you, Garlic Tofu, for making that happen. But so that's Kickstarter's work. A lot of people have gotten this behind the scenes to get to this point. But coming forward now, it is up to you folks. It's up to you. It's up to the folks out there within the sound of my voice who are listening and watching this. It'll be up to those folks to really push this further. And these are the kinds of projects, folks, if you want to see good creative work being done that is multidisciplinary, if you want to see games and books and audiobooks and all these things coming together, then you folks have to be able to the extent you can, let others know and bring them into the fold and build some momentum. We had over 1,000 backers for Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, so I know that this audience is out there. We will be, of course, and have already reached out to many of them, but it'll be up to the folks. I'm only one person, and this team, as great as it is only a small team, really. And so it's up to everyone else to be able to spread that word organically. So I am exceedingly excited about this. Obviously, it's a project that I worked for a long time on from the book point of view, and then have had the chance to work on the game side of this, have been a part of the audiobook, listening to that come together with Tren. We are going to have multiple posts during the course of the campaign that will be updating everybody on that Kickstarter. You will see that little thing you see at the bottom right of your screen right there. That's going to be there for the next month. Sorry, it's going to be there because this is obviously going to be important to me as we're doing it. I'm going to try not to be obnoxious about it and constantly every 3 seconds be talking about it, but when we get updates and stuff like that, then definitely that's going to be happening. Now, speaking of that, I want to make this one other point about scheduling clear, which is that Thursday night, we have a special event that has just been scheduled starting at around 7 p.m. Eastern, between 6 to 7 Eastern. I have to make sure that I confirm that. It is going to be a game of Carlos Hernandez and CSE Cooney's Negocios Infernales. You folks know about that. But it is going to be a essentially customized version of Negocios for Grayshade. If any of you have watched this game, which basically involves a group of players working together to form a particular story based upon various prompts, this is going to be doing that, but set in Corel. So Grayshade specific stuff is going to be done with Carlos, Claire, and myself. I actually had the chance to speak to them about this at Origins, and we have our plans set. So you will get to see a Negocios game, but in Corel, the city of Corel, where Grayshade takes place. This is also going to be launching a much more extensive Negocios series of games on this channel. We will be featuring Negocios more regularly over the next 4 to 6 months, where at least once a month around, we'll be doing more of those Infernal Salons, which I know went well over these other things. So, but that's going to be happening on Thursday. I will be involved playing this, as will Carlos and Claire. And I don't even know obviously I know what to expect based upon the general rules, but who knows? If you've ever spent any time with Carlos and Claire, you don't always know going into it how things are going to come out when you're done with it, when you're out the other side of it. But I'm super excited about that, obviously, as well. And these are special events that we're going to be having going on for a long time. The Kickstarter, by the way, schedule-wise, is going to launch today. It's June 14th. This will run until Friday, July 15th at midnight, basically 11:59 p.m. Eastern is when it will close down. So it will be running for, I believe it is 30 almost 33 days. Basically, is what it's going to run for. This is what we've done with previous Kickstarters on this channel, so I think it makes sense. So we will have Grayshade events, and we'll have other stuff happening as well. So yeah, more Infernal Salons. I know, sorry about time zones, man, but it is definitely what it is. So so we are very, very excited about it. It's going to be great. Sorry. Okay. And I believe I have just been in contact with the person in question, which means 33.3 days, repeating, of course. Yes. Which means I think we are going to be ready to go. So I am launching this now. And what I'm going to do, chat, is the button has been hit, so it should be going live. Should be going live any moment. Hold on a second. Okay, yep. All right, just went live. Let me find the page. Make sure I find the page right now because it's just gone live. Hold on one second. Okay. Okay. So let me get the link. Because he just went live. It just happened. I just need to make sure I get the link right so that I don't send people to the wrong place. Okay, Alligator Rally. There's that. Created. There it is. It's a project we love. Okay, it is now officially launched. This is the link. There is the link. It is now officially up and running. You can now back it. And now with that said, I'm going to have us watch. Chat, are you ready for this? The video. This video is... It's ridiculous. Like, I'm really, really happy with it. Are you ready for the video? We have immediately 2 backers. Yay! We have immediately 2 backers. Thank you, Wispy. What is this about? You're about to find out. Okay, here we go, chat. I am, for this purpose, actually going to remove... I'm going to remove every part of it. I'm just going to have everything except... let's see. Order to the bottom. Yeah, I'm going to remove everything that is up there except for... Okay. Except for you, because I want to be able to hear your reactions to things. Okay, here we go, chat. It's live, and now, officially, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the Grayshade world.
By hating death, you become its servant. By loving it, you become its master. You must always choose love, the first rite of devotion. A dark faith for a darkening city. Justice is balance. Within the towering walls of Corel, all bow to the Order's authority. Grayshade is the supreme executor of the Order's edicts, until he does the most dangerous thing an acolyte of Argoth can do. He begins to ask questions and search for answers. Now, you can join his search. Independent publisher Athos Arts has just published the novel Grayshade, a dark fantasy by award-winning author Gregory A. Wilson. Now the world expands. Alligator Alley Entertainment, publishers of Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library and Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, is pleased to announce its Kickstarter for the Grayshade universe, supporting 2 major product lines. First, Athos Arts' publication of Books 2 and 3 in the Grey Assassin trilogy, Renegade and Heretic, and second, Alligator Alley's publication of a brand new Grayshade tabletop role-playing game, powered by the 5th edition of the world's greatest role-playing game and designed by writers Aaron Rosenberg and Rich Lescouflair. This game will give you the chance to explore the streets of Corel for yourselves, with detailed city maps, secret histories, unique starting classes, custom magic systems and mechanics, and more. The acclaimed gaming accessory maker Norse Foundry will be producing a limited edition, individually numbered Founders coin for founding backers based on the Grayshade world, featuring an illustration by artist Tallytoons. Years of work have gone into this project, from concept to design to execution, and we've assembled a team of experts dedicated to launching this new world with some of the best speculative fiction and tabletop role-playing experiences possible. But to truly realize our vision, one final component remains: you. Join Gregory A. Wilson, Alligator Alley, Athos Arts, Norse Foundry, and our team of dedicated creatives by supporting the project and spreading the word. Thank you. Together, we will bring the world of the Gray Assassin to full and vibrant life. You must always choose love.
Hell yes! Hell yes! Let's go! Let's go! Now chat, I hope, did I or did I not say that video was off the hook? Did I not say that? Oh my God. That is, so that video, by the way, is by Peripheral Mike, who does phenomenal work. And that, of course, voiceover is by Trendane. I was so happy with that video. And I see already that we have already hit $612 in 2 minutes. Let's go. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to run through this now and talk about the different project elements and stuff. Your first ever Kickstarter. Thank you, Effect Life. Thank you, everybody. It's a Booker game. I'm glad you asked, Dragon. I'm going to go through it and talk about it. 612. That's amazing. Thank you. 9 backers. And we are off to the races. Let's go. Let's share it. I would also ask anybody who is backing it, please, once you've backed it, if you do have social media, and by the way, there is no obligation to back this, because you like me or on my channel or whatever. I only want you to do this if you think it's something that you think would be fun and would be good and worth it, and if you have the money you feel comfortable being able to back. I know it's not easy for anyone these times, but 1,012, we are over $1,000. Let's go. We're 1/25th of the way. We're not even 5 minutes in. I am again, just so I want to say that, but if you do back it, if you are willing to do so, please, once you've backed it, tell everyone that you did. This kind of momentum cannot be bought. The ability to just spread the word where people just get the thing rolling down the hill is huge. And these companies involved are all good companies with good track records that have produced excellent work in the past. So let's talk a little bit about what's in this project. And I will do that by, let me move that up to the top again. Just give me a second. That's not right quite yet. I'm sure you'd all like to see me too. I mean, maybe part of it. Thank you. Wow, Brahms. Thank you so much for doing that. Seriously. Thank you. I'm honored. Thank you. I honestly think, separate from anything else, that if this is the kind of project that I came across and it wasn't me, I would back it because this is just up my alley. Like the assassin thing. You all know I've played a bunch of Assassin's Creed games on this channel alone. So, can I DM you a picture of Grayshade? Yes, I can DM you actually. You know what I can DM you actually? Echo is. I can DM you the Grayshade cover, which is pretty much the same thing. I can DM you the Grayshade cover, which is that thing. You can't see it right now because it's blocked by stuff. But so let's see. Oh yeah, perfectly. You have a public image folder. Yeah, thank you. And Garlic has done a public thing of this. So okay, let's go down and take a look at this, folks. So let me change that up here. Okay. Oh, wait a second. I have to, wait one moment. Nope. Go away. Okay. There we go. So I want to make sure that I keep that locked in. All right. Then I'm going to open a second thing for window capture. So just bear with me 1 second here. So I can window capture the page without messing up everything else. Okay, good. That works. All right. So, and I would like you to capture. Yeah. Good. Perfect. All right. So let's see if we can go through here, and I will zoom in on some stuff because the page itself, I think, also came out beautifully. And so I'm most excited about that too. All right. Let's go up like that. It's not it was pointed out to me during Origins this weekend that it definitely does not actually look like me, jokes aside. Not really. Okay, so here we go, folks. So, Grayshade. What is Grayshade? So up front we have, by hating death, you become its servant. By loving it, you become its master. You must always choose love. So what that works is like this. Alligator Alley Entertainment and Athos Arts introduce you to a new dark fantasy realm set within the shadowed alleys and barren cathedrals of the Grey Assassin. The dark fantasy novel Grayshade is complete now and will deliver at the conclusion of this campaign. Note the dramatic Grayshade book on the grate, on the gate, on the front gate there. Look how awesome that is. I wonder who might have taken that photograph. So we've got that. Yeah, totally not me. The Grayshade Kickstarter, let's see. And I think people can see that. Grayshade Kickstarter funds the first elements of this immersive new world. From Athos Arts, the completion of the Grey Assassin trilogy with books 2 and 3, Renegade and Heretic, and stretch goals for audiobook editions. From Alligator Alley Entertainment, the Grayshade TTRPG, a new gamebook powered by the 5th edition of the greatest role-playing game of the last half-century. From Norse Foundry, a limited-run, individually numbered Metal Founders coin produced exclusively for early supporters of the Grey Assassin world. This campaign combines the talents of a team of passionate gamers and storytellers, starting with the long-developed, richly considered tale from the mind of author Gregory A. Wilson. That's me. Partnering with the award-winning publisher Athos Arts out of Detroit, award-winning game designer Aaron Rosenberg, and RPG designer Rich Lescouflair, and the innovative I do have the perfect cosplay, no doubt, Arudno, that's true. Multi-genre game publisher Alligator Alley Entertainment. All right, so let's take a look at different aspects of this. First of all, the world. Corel is a city of extremes balanced between 3 dominant forces. The merchants, whose dedication to profit is only slightly overridden by their dedication to collecting it. The religious orders, which preach the tenets of their faiths to restive flocks of parishioners desperate for hope in the city's darkness. And the government, the principal goal of which is to avoid all-out war on Corel's streets. Within the religious arena, the Order of Argoth, the just god, dictates all, with the service of Argoth carrying out the Order's edicts. Grayshade, a skilled and loyal assassin, is the service's greatest acolyte. He navigates the back streets and alleys of Corel with attention and precision. And that's him, as you all now know. Okay. In the Grey Assassin trilogy, you will experience through Grayshade's eyes a world of shifting loyalties, dark faiths, and convenient alliances, of great wealth and devastating poverty, where the only thing certain is the promise of change, and the most precious and rare commodity is hope. In the Grayshade tabletop role-playing game, you'll be able to enter that world yourself, taking on the role of one of Corel's citizens and living out adventure, intrigue, danger, and triumph upon the broodingly intriguing streets. Once within it, the world of Grayshade will be your adventure. What we can do with the Founder's Coin, produced for us by Norse Foundry, is up to your support. The image above is just a mock-up. At a base level, the coin will be one color of metal. With more support, we can enamel the coin, bring out the full colors of this fully operational battle station. The full colors of the stained glass. So let me just point out, by the way, if you take a look at that image, that's Tari tunes that are best right there, right? You've got the kukuri, which is Grayshade's main weapon on the left side. There is a ginkgo leaf, which you might recognize from the cover of my novel. You'll see there's a little number 001 at the bottom left of that image. And then on the right side, you have the Hammer of Argoth with Justice on the top left and Balance at the bottom right. And there are 4, count them, 4 cutouts. So you can, as Echo said, hang it around your neck or make it into a pin or, use it as a throwing star. I don't know if you should use it as the throwing star, but anyway, that's there. So that is the Founder's Coin. It's going to be pretty sweet. Norse Foundry makes great stuff. And this image is pretty wild, this illustration that was done. Okay, So we've got the story. Now, I have some internal videos. I'm not going to show those right now. I will show those probably either later today or I'll do it at a future stream. But these are basically describing a little bit about the story that we've had to this point. So it describes a little bit of, the story that's there. Grayshade is an elite assassin who kills in the name of Argoth, the just god. In Corel, the Order of Argoth dictates justice, and Grayshade remains its greatest acolyte. But when a mission is unexpected, Grayshade does the one thing an acolyte of Argoth cannot do. He asks why. And in the cascade that follows, Grayshade must use all of his skills to stay alive and unravel the truth at the heart of the conspiracy which surrounds him, even if it costs him his soul. Grayshade is a novel of faith, defiance, and redemption. And Grayshade itself takes place in I can't DM no, I can't DM right now, Echo. The chat link, Garlic Tofu put up the chat link, Echo. If you just click on that link, that's the picture you were looking for. Yes, I put you will notice who's that person on the right? I think that's Garlic Tofu. Garlic Tofu did a great job with that little mini interview that we did, and I will show that at a later point. So yeah, the story of Grayshade unfolds in Corel, and the Grey Assassin trilogy traces an arc of dogma and faith, vengeance, and redemption. It's a story of despair infused with hope, and with your help, we can bring the full trilogy to life. And by the way, in case there are anyone in this chat who are fans of pets, specifically cat-like pets or even dog-like pets, there may or may not be an animal which enters the mix in Renegade, which is book 2. I'm just saying, there may or may not be such a thing. I may or may not have bowed to the will of the internet in providing an animal companion. I'm not saying that that's true. I'm just saying it's potentially true, and you will know for sure if this thing goes live and you support them. So that's the thing that's important. So, and also hi Geester and hi everyone who said things. So, an animal which is not named Canoe. Yes. Now, no, for those of you who know what I'm talking about, no spoilers here. Just be aware that may or may not exist. Anyway, so that is the story. There are 3 books in this universe, in the Grayshade universe: Grayshade, Renegade, and Heretic. At least 3 books for now. And so more of these books will be available, again, coming from the incredible Athos Arts if we get the support that we need. Now that leads us to the second really awesome element of this, which is the game. And here you can see very briefly on your screen a second thing which you did, which is myself, again, some dude named Grayshade, and then that's Aaron Rosenberg on the right side of the screen, who is the designer of this game. And again, I'm not going to show this video right now, but at a later point I will show that video as well, so you can get a sense of what that is about. And I need to retweet that also, actually. Let me start retweeting that stuff now. Thank you for all those who have retweeted it. Thank you very much, Tren. And yeah, everybody who's able to retweet this, that tweet looks great, by the way, Echo. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. It looks great. Thank you, Mike, for your retweet. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for the backing. Thank you for all of that, folks. And let's keep that up. That stuff is going to make a huge difference. So thank you very much for that. Okay, hold on a second. Let me do this. This doesn't confuse me. Okay. Right, because otherwise I'm just going to be like constantly revealing other parts of it. Okay, good. So where was I? Back there. Okay. So the game. Now, what's the game about, you ask? I'm glad you asked. The setting. So our RPG gamebook contains everything you need to prowl the streets of Corel. A map, details about city districts, landmarks, and even secret histories. Now, for characters, you might say to yourself, okay, that's fine, Arv, but what kind of classes? I'm glad you asked. There are 5, count them 5, starting classes that you can be in this game. The Acolyte is a fanatic religious assassin trained in stealth, combat, and infiltration. That's if you want to play Grayshade or the equivalent, one of the acolytes, that's the role for you. But that's only one of 5 things you could be. The Informant is a sly information broker who knows how to find what they need and how to profit from the finding. The investigator is a perceptive public official who uses Corell's resources and their own intuition to solve crimes and keep the peace. The merchant is a charming professional bargainer whose knowledge of trade and the limits of city regulations allows them to turn profit into power. And the noble is an elite diplomat who controls the levers of power by manipulating, persuading, and intimidating others into doing what they want. I was very excited about the idea that this wasn't simply going to be just, you just get to play the game where you just get to be an assassin. Because although I'm sure lots of people would love to be a fantasy religious assassin, fantasy, only in fantasy, not in reality. Even though that would be the case, I'm sure that there are people like, I don't know if that's for me, but I've got other things for you as well. Again, being an informant, being a merchant, being a noble, being an investigator. I actually thought the investigator was a super cool thing that I hadn't originally considered as a thing. But that was a suggestion that I think Aaron ended up making. And that's a really cool one as well. There's a very kind of noirish aspect, I think, to this that you can pick up on as kind of a latter-day medieval detective. Anyone who's ever read the book The Name of the Rose, that might have a little bit of a sort of flavor of that. So it's going to be cool. So those are the 5 classes that you can be. But there's more, of course, to this game as well. Magic. So the magic system is designed to feel fresh and interesting. There is a new domain which includes the use of sonic magic, also known as sound shifting. This is the same magic that's used within Grayshade and the novel, and it is capable of misdirection, of illusion, of amplifying perception, even perhaps triggering traps, opening locks. Sonic magic can be quite powerful, actually. Faith. Faith is a brand new mechanic which is used to reveal conviction and doubt and their influences upon character actions. Faith underpins and defines life in Corell, whether one has it or not. So that becomes significant. And then, of course, the story, which provides the gamebook will have everything needed to plan missions and design capers, plus story seeds, GM tips, NPCs, creatures, and one full adventure that may or may not be written by me. Possibly. I could see it. So that's what we've got going on. So the game is very cool, and I'm super excited about this as well. Also, I'm going to be, as you might expect, playing some of this on the channel as well. That is not going to be immediate, because obviously we're still in the process of designing and developing the game, but it will be made available. So, and then we have, of course, the team. We have Athos Arts. Look at that. If that's not E.D.E. Bell that I see there, that is, of course, E.D.E. Bell, who is a writer, an editor, a publisher of fantasy, and has amazing work that she did as part of the Grayshade novel that you already have available to you. In Corell, Emily would dress in black, smell like jasmine, and leave her window cracked open at night to listen to the sounds of the city. So pretty much Detroit is what we're saying. It's pretty much Detroit. I am very, most pleased to be able to have E.D.E. Bell on this project. Brandon O'Brien, that is the Rising Tides, of course. You can see there what his work is involved with: a writer, performance poet, teaching artist, game designer, also an exceptional GM for the runaway hit Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire, co-host of Speculate, etc., etc. And Trent Sparks, who's that guy on the right? I see this guy on the right who looks to me to be a San Francisco Bay Area transplant who primarily narrates Battletech and Shadowrun audiobooks and sometimes animation and video game work. And he's also a furry. And, those are all things you need to know about him, other than the fact that he is a good person and an exceptional audiobook narrator. So you should check his work out. And you just heard him in that video that we just heard. So that's Trent. That's the Athos Arts team. The Alligator Alley Entertainment team is here. Rich Lescouflair is the guy on the left. This is the designer, of course, of Esper Genesis. He has done work for Wizards of the Coast, for Green Ronin, for Ghostfire Gaming, for Renegade Game Studios. And he is the creator and lead designer, as I said, of Esper Genesis. And he's an exceptional D&D player. That's Trent. Yes, I totally agree with that too, Echo. You're right. Middle of there is a 2-time Origins award-winning designer. That is Eric Weiner, who is the lead designer and line developer of the Emmy Award-nominated Witch Hunter: The Invisible World RPG. He is the founding member of the creative team behind the Origins award-winning Arcanus: The World of Shattered Empires. Eric is sort of the person who makes this go from a business point of view on the Alligator Alley side and is responsible for a lot of that and understanding how all the physical stuff works out. So Eric has been obviously a major part of this project. And on the right is Chris Negelin, who is an author and designer and podcaster and a community content publisher for Monty Cook Games' Cypher system. And Chris is a good guy on top of everything else, a good person and someone that I have had the chance to meet in person on multiple occasions and so on, and all that. So Chris is part of this too. So there's only 3 people on this team. Used to be 4, but sadly Brian Dalrymple, who was one of the founders and co-owners, passed away. That was the person who did the art design for Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, and so Brian passed away last year. That was really a shock and really affected a lot of people in the industry. So Alligator Alley is 3 people, and those are the 3. Then we have the Grayshade core team, and that consists of, on the left, John Helfers. You should all know John already. Not only does he play Alarion in the Eberron campaign, but he's an author, book packager, and editor who lives in Green Bay, Wisconsin. He's the founder and president of Stonehenge Editorial. He is also the lead of the novel line and the audiobook line, I believe, at Catalyst Game Lab. So John is there. Middle of that screen is Aaron Rosenberg. I've already talked a little bit about Aaron. #1 best-selling author of the Duck Bob SF comedy series, the Relicanth Chronicles epic fantasy series, the Dread Remora space opera series, and with David Neal Wilson, the OCLT occult thriller series. He's written a ton of tie-in novels for Star Trek, for Warcraft, for Stargate, for just numerous other sorts of things, even worked for Powerpuff Girls and Transformers Animated, has released tons and tons of role-playing games, been part of the Arjun's award-winning game mastering secrets, and so forth, and writes just a ton of stuff. He's a very productive writer on top of everything else. So that's Aaron. And then there's some guy over there. I mean, I don't know who that dude is. Like, the guy on the right who's looking all like, check me out, I'm looking at the camera. I wonder who that is. That guy, I mean, who can say who that guy is, except he looks a little like Grayshade, and his real name is Gregory A. Wilson, and he is an award-winning author himself, actually, thanks to the work with Icarus and Jelinek, and a game developer, designer, and writer, and an author, and of course a college professor, and musician, and occasionally may or may not run a Twitch TV channel that does stuff. That could be too. So that's the Grayshade core team. Okay, and then we get to the rewards. Now, here's the cool part. I mean, I thought that was cool, but here's the other cool part. Yes, Grayshade. Rewards. So, you've got the following items here. There is the digital novel trilogy, which is $20. That's digital copies of all 3 books from the Grey Assassin trilogy. Now remember, Grayshade is already finished and completed. Renegade, the manuscript for Renegade, the first draft of the manuscript is done, but that has to go through edits, and it's got to, so Renegade is not going to be immediate. The hope is for Renegade, Renegade will definitely be out next year, although when next year, we're not sure yet, but it would definitely be before the completion date of what this is listed for, which I think is 1 year out, if I'm not mistaken. So Renegade will be out, and that part is already finished. Hey, what's up, Marie? More books. That person is just an imposter. So there's that. And then Heretic is fully outlined. That is not yet written, but that is also a couple years out. So we're going to make this stuff happen step by step by step. So we've got that going on. So $20 for the digital novel trilogy. $20 will get you a signed copy from yours truly of Grayshade paperback, along with the ebook, which will be delivered to you. $25 gets you a digital copy, a PDF edition of the Grayshade RPG, plus the Grayshade novel ebook. So if you want digital RPG and novel, that's $25. $55 is the RPG hardcover plus digital novel. Hardcover edition of the Grayshade RPG, plus the Grayshade novel ebook. Now, it should be noted that these costs that I'm quoting you from here does not include shipping. Shipping is handled separately, and you'll be able to see that on the page. I want to be clear about that, because shipping costs are a thing. If any of you have been following any of the issues that we've seen with supply chains and everything else, shipping costs are an issue. So we will do the best we can. Obviously, digital doesn't have that involved, but if you're getting a physical product, be aware that that exists. Okay, so $55 is RPG hardcover plus the digital novel. $60 will get you a signed copy of all 3 books plus the ebooks. So Grayshade, Renegade, and Heretic, all signed by me, along with the ebooks, are going to be a part of this as well. So that's going to be if you pay $60. $75 gets you the hardcover of the RPG, so a hardcover of the Grayshade RPG, with a PDF of that Grayshade RPG, plus the Grayshade novel ebook. So $75 gets you the hardcover of the TTRPG, a PDF of the TTRPG, and a digital copy of the Grayshade novel. $90 is the RPG hardcover with a PDF, plus a signed novel. So, oh my God. Triffid with a subscription. Thank you for the 27 months of Tier 1 support, Triffid. Thank you. Good to see you, Triffid. So, $90 is hardcover and PDF of Grayshade RPG, plus a signed paperback of the Grayshade novel. So, as you can see, we're getting more and more cool stuff as we go up. $125 gets you the full set. That's the hardcover edition and the PDF edition of the Grayshade RPG, plus signed paperbacks of the whole Grey Assassin trilogy of novels, plus all 3 ebooks. So you're like, I can't even believe it. How could it even be better? That's where we get to the founders. At $175, you are a true acolyte, or perhaps a renegade. As a founder, you'll receive all base items of the campaign, including hardcover and PDF of the RPG, a set of signed paperbacks of the trilogy with ebooks, a founder's coin, the founder's audio, and a founder's letter. You're also credited as a founder in the RPG rulebook. So if you want to be a founder, like that person, you get to support at this level. $500 is the lore weaving founder, and I think that's what Brahms was kind enough to back at. That includes everything with the Grayshade founder level, plus the game designers will integrate a minor non-player character into the RPG lore inspired by your name and role request. So if I'm right, and if that's what Brahms supported at, then I think you may see a Brahms somewhere on the streets of the city. So hopefully that'll be the case. And then last, 1,000, which is legend. And by the way, I will say that requests will be finalized at the designer's discretion. This is to avoid someone being like, I would like you to add McEffie Bodie face guy. Like, it's going to be modulated to be appropriate for the setting, but otherwise that's what you're going to get. And that's what you did. Okay, cool, Brahms. And then again, thank you for that. And last but certainly not least, 1,000 gets you Legendary Founder. That's everything included with the Grayshade Founder level. Plus, the game designer will integrate a major non-player character into the RPG lore, inspired by your name and role request. Again, requests will be finalized at the designer's discretion. Now, scrolling down a bit further before I go up to that, this is also brick and mortar retailer friendly. For retailers that are interested in carrying the Grayshade RPG or the Grayshade novel, you can message them through the campaign to set up a reward level. So retail backers, this is something we did with Tales and Tomes as well, will be able to get this separately, and that's going to be moved in there as well. So that's going to be awesome. And yeah, I'm going to get back to that pay what you can in just a sec. Absolutely. Now, stretch goals. At the base funding of the campaign, we'll be able to do what we've suggested so far, but it gets more awesome the further up we go. At 100 backers, note this is not a financial level, this is backer numbers. At 100 backers, we will post a short story by me, set in the world of Grayshade as a Kickstarter update. So that will happen once we reach 100 backers. At 350 backers, we will add an additional class to those 5 that I told you about for the role-playing game. So at 350 backers, we will get a new class in there. At 500 backers, the audiobook of Grayshade. Now, if you just heard that thing from Trendane Sparks and you're like, damn, that was sick. Like that guy, I've never seen, right? If you heard that and you're like, I want more of that in my life, then you know what to do. Once we get to 500 backers, we will be able to do Trend's audiobook for Grayshade. And it's at that point, once it's unlocked, it will become an add-on to the campaign. So you'll be able to get a hold of that audiobook. At 750 backers, we add the Honest Thief. Now, one of the iconic taverns in the city of Corel, which actually features in the main plot of Grayshade, is called the Honest Thief. And that tavern will be fully developed with descriptions, NPCs, and an interior map. And that will be added to the TTRPG when we hit 750 backers, which is super, super cool. Mac F. Boatface Ellington. I'm almost tempted to think about it. That's very tempting. I will have to consider that. Mac F Boatface Ellington. Oh my God. That's funny. Anyway, so Honest Thief, that's 750 backers. And then we have, last but certainly not least, 1,000 backers means we will produce a trilogy of audiobooks. So not just Grayshade, but we will also release Renegade and Heretic, and one Mr. Trendane Sparks will be doing them all. Papa. Oh, there are more? There have been updates? Oh, have there? Hold on. While I've been talking, right? Okay. Let me see. I've been too busy doing this. I have to set up this thing to automatically refresh is what I need to do. Oh, 11:33. No, more than that. 15:44. Huzzah! 15:44. Let's go. 1,544, 16 backers. Let's go. This is really great, folks. This early buzz, early momentum is hugely important. So please continue to build it and spread the word. Thank you. That's awesome. That really does make a difference. Thank you. Yeah, it did reset. For some reason, it didn't pick it up. Thank you for letting me know. Okay. So now shipping and fulfillment, and then I'm going to come back up to this other stuff. So estimated shipping costs. These are the rough, again, estimated shipping costs. To the United States, one novel will be $5, 3 novels $15. The RPG will be $5, and if you add the coin, that's plus $5. So you basically put those together. If you're getting 3 novels, that's $15. If you add the RPG, that's $5. If you add the coin, that's another $5. So that'll be $25 shipping. Estimated in the US only. If you're in Canada, 3 novels will be $75. The RPG would be an additional $25, with the coin would be $20. If you are in the EU or the UK, that's $30 for 1, $90 for 3, $30 for the RPG, $20 for the coin. The rest of the world you can see $35, $105, $35, and $20. Now I want to say a note about shipping. We are doing the absolute best that we can to keep this shipping reasonable and affordable for folks. But shipping everywhere has become nightmarishly expensive. Supply chain issues I've talked about already, storage boxes, like the stuff that normally cost a certain amount even 2 years ago has soared in cost. And we cannot expose ourselves to, we funded, but now we're going to go bankrupt because we can't afford to ship the product to people. That's what actually almost happened even pre-COVID to Steve Jackson Games when they released their game Ogre on Kickstarter. They almost bankrupted themselves because they couldn't afford the shipping, even though it was a hugely successful Kickstarter. So that shipping cost is going to be added into the mix. We will do the best we can to work with people, but that basically is the estimated cost of what we're looking at for shipping. So I'm sorry that we can't do even better as far as, and we're doing the best we can, but I hope you will understand that that is largely out of our control. And it's just, what we need to do to make it salvageable. Okay. And then, of course, we have praise for Grayshade. You can read that on your own. Martha Wells, Michael R. Underwood. I wonder who that officer and gentleman is. Kelly Swales, Aaron Rosenberg, I've already talked about. Bradley P. Bollier, who you're going to see more of in just a moment. Eric Scott DeBee, who is really good dude, by the way, and is going to be at Gen Con, the Writer Symposium. And then my favorite ever thing I've ever had in terms of a review quote, which is, Wilson wraps the revelatory and morally important nature of his main character's journey in a great story, a timely study in the price of fanaticism and the burden of violent faith. Sign me up. Like that was one of those woo, type of thing. So that was very exciting. Okay. Now that I've done all of that, let's just talk about these reward levels quickly, and then we're going to get started with Adventures to Middle-earth. I apologize to the AIME folks that we're running a little late, but it's a launch, and it's kind of important in that. So, okay. So, first of all, the first pledge that we've got here, and in fact, let me, for this one, I think I'm just going to zoom it in so that people can see this more clearly without losing everything. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think that's going to be better. So, first of all, we have got that, which is the Pay What You Can. So this is the Pay What You Can digital novel. That is one ebook of the novel, Grayshade. Times are tough. We welcome your support at $1, no questions asked, and with our thanks. If you would like to and are able to do so, we would recommend $7. And if you'd like to pay it forward to help share this book with others, and that really is how it works, honestly, or support our work, please add any amount more than that. We will see it and appreciate it. That includes Grayshade, the ebook novel. That will be released as of next month when the thing funds, because we already have those books. So that's 2 backers. And that stuff really helps folks, not just because of the amount, but because of the backer numbers. The more backer numbers we get, the better. So please take advantage of that opportunity if that's something that you are able to do. Then we get to the ones that I mentioned before. First of all, we have the digital novel trilogy. Digital copies of the full novel trilogy. Book 1 will be delivered at the end of the campaign. Second and third books will be delivered pre-release once each is available, and that will be Grayshade, Renegade, and Heretic, the ebook novels. Again, estimated delivery for Grayshade will be July 2022, but Renegade and Heretic will be considerably later because those have to come out when those actual books release. Have the AMA crews all take turns reading pledges. Yeah, I'm sure they'd be really excited about that also. $20 or more gets you the signed paperback novel along with the ebook. So that's another option. You could pay $20 and get the digital novel trilogy, or you could pledge $20 and get the signed paperback novel along with the ebook. Okay, $25 or more is digital RPG plus the digital novel. And that's the PDF of the Grayshade RPG and the Grayshade novel ebook. So that's pretty cool. It's an all digital set. That's $25. Estimated delivery, by the way, on that is July 2023, because that's when the game itself is going to be released, is next July. That's the plan that we have at that. So that's what we're looking at. Okay, that's the 20 digital RPG. 55 or more is the hardcover RPG plus digital novel. I've already talked a little bit about that. 60 or more is the signed paperback novel trilogy. I've talked about that already. Grayshade, Renegade, Heretic, all signed paperback novels, plus you get the ebooks, of course. 75 is the hardcover digital RPG, so a copy, both hardcover and digital, and the Grayshade ebook. Hardcover digital RPG plus a signed novel is $90. You can see that's right there. 125 is the full set. Just look at all of this swag. Grayshade, role-playing, hardcover, digital, paperback, ebook, paperback, ebook, paperback, ebook. Like, a lot of stuff comes in that. That's 125. 175 is that Founders Edition. So again, you get the hardcover, you get the digital edition, you get Grayshade, the ebook, you get the signed paperback novel, an ebook novel, paperback, ebook. You are credited as a founder in the Grayshade RPG. You get a Founder's Coin, Founder's Audio, and Founder's Letter. So there's that. 500 or more is the Lore Weaving Founder, and I see we had one backer for that. 500 was the Lore Weaving backer. That's Brahms who did that. Again, you get all of the things. This is what Brahms is getting. Hardcover, digital, paperback, ebook for Grayshade, Renegade, and Heretic. Credited as a founder in the Grayshade RPG, plus a Founder's Coin, audio letter, and inspires a minor NPC. So that is super exciting. And then the last one is the Legendary Founder. And that is 1,000 or more. And that right there is everything included with the Grayshade Founders level, plus we will integrate a major non-player character into the RPG lore inspired by your name and role request. Requests will be finalized at the designer's discretion. Now, one note I want to make on this, by the way, is we will have backers kit for a lot of this, but for the Founders Coins, that's not going to be offered later on as something else. So if you want to get that Founders Coin, you get in on the ground floor as a founder. So if you want that, that's what you need to do for that. But we tried to make this so there were as many different options for pledge levels and things like that as possible, without being sort of confusing about it. So, but this is where we're at. We are at that amount and sitting at 1,544, 16 backers, and I'm just very, very excited about all of that. Yeah, so that is what we're looking at, folks. That is the deal. And I am just like so excited for this project, and so grateful to those who have already backed it and for people who will be backing in the future. So please, #GrayAssassin, spread the word about this. Let everyone know that it's out there. Please let them know that you've backed it. Please tell them about this. And please continue to spread the word, because again, that algorithm really helps. And the more people that we get outside of our community that can come in and be like, this thing's awesome, I want to become a part of this, the better. And the faster we can fund, obviously, the better as well. So that's going to be cool. Yeah, I'm excited to see it, Brahms. It's going to be great. So one last thing I want to mention, by the way, because I don't want to let this go without commenting on it, is that this is also the commercial release of this. Feast your eyes on this gorgeous book, everybody. That is the Rogue Artists Origins Anthology. I happen to have the convention edition signed by the artist. You'll see back there. And this is 17 speculative fiction authors that were all part of the Authors Alcove who are going to be doing this. And I'm I was very impressed with how this book looked. This was edited, of course, by EDE Bell and released by Athos Arts. As usual, EDE, I should say in chat, Garlic Tofu and Ballsteg did an incredible job with this. The layout is gorgeous. The cover by Charles Urbach is gorgeous. And even the interior, it just looks like look at that. Look at how gorgeous that looks. That font and everything. And of course, that's Cat Rambo, you can see. And I have a story which I will be reading from. I haven't decided when. Possibly very soon, actually. But I have a story which is called This, Theft and Memory. And I'm going to be reading from that I've got this in as well. So, Theft and Memory. Yeah, I was going to show it. Theft and Memory. So I'm very proud of that story. And and I was very impressed with this. We sold a lot of these anthologies at Origins, and this is now available through Athos. So while you're in the midst of it and you're like, yeah, I got Grayshade though. I did that. I backed the Kickstarter, but I just need more Athos in my life right now. Where do I get more of it? Let me recommend you pick this up. It is available now. Look at that. Rogue Artists. Look at that cover. Look at that. Look at this. Look at the design. Look at the, look at that. It's going to be great. So, A Handful of My Family sounds like a horrific blender accident. Anyway, so very excited about that too. So please do not let that pass. Rogue Artist goes live today. All right, chat, there you go. We'll play that Kickstarter video at the end, but right now what I got to do is I got to set up here for AIME. So, okay, I am here and we'll send Zoom link in a moment. Okay, there we go. So far, so good. All right, that has been launched. Now, this is one of those things where these things go live and then you just have like notifications from all quarters and everyone's just like, which is great, obviously. I mean, believe me, don't get me wrong. I love the buzz and all that, but we got a lot of stuff. So, but please send that stuff out. Please tweet it out. Please let people know. I would love to see this. If we could get past 2,000 today before the end of this session, that would be a really nice opening salvo. I would love to do that. The faster we get this funded, the better the momentum looks. It picks up on all the algorithms, and then it just has its own external motivation that kind of gets picked up from this. So, yeah, so let's do it. And thank you so much to everybody for listening through that. Okay, now having done all that, let me get this Zoom thing going and send out the link as I send that out, and then you folks will be able to see what you can see. And in the meantime, you can take a look at this guy. That's right, I said this guy. No, I said this guy. There he is. That dude. Let's put him over there. He's just looking into your soul, chat. Don't worry about it. It's all right. He's not going to do anything. It's fine. It was very good to see Marie this weekend. It was good to see Jennifer Brozek this weekend. It was good to see, all the Authors Alley people, Authors Alcove people, but it was great to see folks that I had in many cases not seen for a while. So that was really neat. And obviously Marie is one of my favorite people, so it was lovely to see Marie, who sold out, by the way, of all her books. Marie sold them all out. They were all gone. So I just want that to be noted. Marie just, kicked ass and took names, basically. All right, just a moment whilst I address this, all of these things. Oh, I did that already. What? No. Okay, there we go. All right, good. There's that. Now I can admit this person, and he will be able to entertain you, chat, with all kinds of exciting discussions and things to be said because of the exciting nature of him being exciting. There we go. That's right. I said it. I'd say it again. It wouldn't make any sense the second time either, but I would still say it.
I'm just like, who is he talking about?
Hello.
Hi, Tari. All right. You were live, so you're aware. People can hear you. I am capturing stuff as we speak, so just be aware. No one can see you yet, though. We're just talking. I have been talking all this time, raving about Grayshade, which is live. It's live and running and rolling. And your amazing illustration is live and running and rolling and all that. So
you have been talking all this time and not breathing, according to Classical.
According to Classical. The funny thing is that despite long years of practice, I have been required to breathe even in those moments. So I have indeed taken breaths in between. Although my breath was somewhat taken away while listening to that spectacular voiceover work by one Mr. Trendane Sparks during the Kickstarter intro video. And you can find out more about that by checking out the Kickstarter. Thank you. I'll be here all week. Okay, I'm just waiting for everyone else to jump on board. And as I do that, I guess I would say, hi, everyone. Right now, chat is only hearing you as disembodied voices, but how are you all doing? How's life in the universe and all that stuff with all of you folks generally?
Well, I was busy working on some design stuff when you dropped the link, so I'm kind of still in that zone and need to save my file before anything crashes.
Yes.
That would be bad.
I agree.
And I forgot what the thing is called that I'm working on, so now I don't know what to call the file, which is also great.
Just call that thing.
One, yes.
Thing one.
Perfect.
Thing one and thing two. I'm used to disembodied voices. It's fine. Rude now. Oh, man.
Very nice.
As for me, I forgot to make breakfast, so...
Oh, well then, if you need to go make breakfast, go make breakfast. And
No.
Tari and I have chatted, before with ourselves. We can do it.
No, because I'll have to leave.
Oh, you'd have to depart?
Yeah.
Depart.
I mean, I don't have any food in the house.
Oh, all right.
That's not good. You could order something.
Yeah, it's true. Could you order anything for delivery? What? What's wrong with ordering delivery once in a while?
Wait, don't you have roommates?
One.
Yeah, send them to buy food.
He's very busy working right now.
Well, too bad.
Yeah, exactly. His work is just going to have to take a backseat to... And in case chat's curious what I'm doing for those coming in, I am currently capturing video as folks are coming in. So that's what I'm doing, in case anyone's wondering.
You know how we joke, and for those of you who are only hearing a disembodied voice, I'm making quotey fingers around that. We joke about the fact that furries keep the internet running. He's one of those people. So no, his work cannot stay on hold.
He just can't do that. Well, I mean, but he could probably keep the internet. I mean, it could just be like a buffer, right? Like if he keeps it going, it'll run out in a half hour. That would give enough time, right?
Have you seen how much I eat?
I wasn't expecting you're gonna be like, have you seen how big the internet is? But you're like, no. Have you seen how much I eat? Hi, Brad. How are you? So far, we are live. Just so you know, they cannot see you, but they can hear you as disembodied voices. So while I capture video. So with that said, how are you? How's life in the universe? I've been chatting about Grayshade nonstop. So as might be expected.
Yeah, I opened up the Kickstarter. It's off to a decent start.
It is. We only about 1,500 in about a half hour. Is pretty good. I'm fairly happy with that.
Nice.
So it's a good opening salvo so far. Yeah, you actually, and of course, Brad was one of the people who was kind enough to give a blurb for this. Also, thank you, Commander Dunn, for the tier 1 sub. Yes, Grayshade Kickstarter. That's right. Hype. But yeah, so was one of the people who saw earlier versions of this and did a blurb for it. So you've seen other versions of this, Brad, of this thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's well put together. I like the Kickstarter itself.
Thank you. We worked hard on it. Yeah, I'm excited about as much as the books too. I'm also excited about the game because playing within that world is. I would love to do that, even if I weren't responsible for it. So
Playing, yes.
Living in the world, no. People are like, I wish I could live in 15th century. No, you don't. You don't want to actually live in Renaissance Venice in 1590. I'm here to tell you.
One of my favorite kind of, you've got a group of kids from our world who get teleported to like a D&D world, is the Sleeping Dragon. One of my favorites. And Joel Rosenberg wrote this, and he wrote it because some friends of his were like, hey, why don't you come play D&D with us? And he became obsessed with the game. He loved it. And one night he was dreaming about it. He was like, God, it would be so cool to live in this. And then he started realizing what all could probably happen. And he snapped wide awake out of a cold, dead sleep. It was like, oh God, no. It would be horrible to live there. And that's when he started writing The Sleeping Dragon. And so if you want to know what it would really be like to get teleported to a D&D world, read that book. And be prepared, because it will fess you up.
Is that an official term? I want to make sure I'm clear.
Yes, it is.
So Commander Enslow says we're missing a tier, 3 ebooks plus digital RPG. I think
Cry some more. There's your tears.
digital 3 ebooks plus the digital RPG. Oh, I see. So the entire trilogy. I think that's. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I will let I'll let Ballstag or Garlic Tofu refer to that, like respond to that. I'm not sure because we had a lot of different options and tiers up there, and I want to say there was a reason that we didn't do that, but I don't remember it off the top of my head, to be honest. So yeah, we will work these things out as we go through. Okay. You have an official merchant class. Very nice. We're also waiting on. We are just waiting on one of our players, in case anyone's curious.
One of the ones who's really, really hurt.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, which reminds me, I need to pull up your D&D notes so that I can be reminded of
mine. They suck.
How incredibly hurt. Yes, this is exciting because it's been a while since we played because of a variety of reasons. There we go. There's the person in question.
Tari, what are you drinking?
Wait a second. I just have one screen today because I'm with my boyfriend.
Doesn't matter. Nobody can see you. Just show it to me.
It's
Never mind your nonsense.
Liefmans on the Rocks. It's cherry beer from Belgium. The type of beer, even though that's not written on this brand, is called Kriek. K-R-I-E-K. And it's like basically Belgium's unofficial like state drink or something.
Just quickly, Amal has joined us, so I'm just letting you know, Amal, that we are live and people can hear you. Never mind. I'm just talking to the chair right now. Okay, Amal's chair. I just want you to know that you stay seated, all right, and don't talk about anything else.
Sorry, I have a weird question.
Yes.
All right, sure.
So in German, are R's pronounced with the front of the tongue or the back of the tongue, like in French?
I assume that depends on the dialect. Like, the thing is, depending on where in the country you are, people speak incredibly different to the point where like people from the very north can't understand the people from the very south end.
Oh, wow.
The other way around.
Okay.
Well, I mean, like, that used to be more of a problem, but, because of, like,
Amal,
globalization, it's not as big as a problem anymore. But apparently that was a thing that, like, sometimes people one village over couldn't understand each other. But where I'm from, we pronounce it as like you roll it in the back of your throat.
Chewbacca a little bit. Just quickly, Amal, we are actually we're live. People can hear you but can't see you yet. So just be aware that chat is listening in on all the conversations about German dialects and things.
Here I was about to read out all the numbers on my credit card. So
that would be exciting.
We're talking R's.
R.
How you pronounce them in German? Or is it? It's been I've been learning French for 3-4 years.
Yeah, I have to assume in French it's the same, right? Depending on the dialect, right? But France is not that small. Well, I mean, compared to the US it is, but, you know.
I don't know how many.
Depending on where you are in France, there's either a r or a r for R's, or like back of the throat or front of the mouth. In here in Quebec, I find that there's like a sort of intersection of generational and regional. Like when I was in high school, there were some teachers who were older and from a different part of Quebec. Definitely had the like would the more unusual like rolling the R from the front of the mouth. So like we'll talk about can't think of French words now.
Like
aventure and stuff like that. Like just anyway. But mostly I'm used to the back of the throat one.
How would they pronounce croissant?
Many French words with an R.
Croissant.
Croissant. Okay, so I can't.
That's cursed.
Or croissant. So I mean the more standard one so far as I'm aware is croissant.
Croissant.
But
Okay.
yeah, but again, you know, there's the I don't know what it's like currently in France, because as usually happens with colonies, there's the kind of domination of the metropole that is time locked. So there's this kind of like Académie Française hierarchy in Quebec that probably doesn't actually exist in France. Like people in France are probably like, whatever, we will slang it up with English words all the time. Whereas here there's this very stern and strict bifurcation about like not using anglicisme and stuff like that. Meanwhile, people come from France and they're like, oh, le weekend, on est parti sur le weekend, blah, 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 whatever, and stuff like, and it's just like, oh, cool. Actually, I was literally I can't remember if I told you this. I used to be a tour guide, and I was a bilingual tour guide for the Haunted Walk of Ottawa, and we had. It was tremendously anxiety inducing every time I had to do a French tour, because I needed to kind of get context clues as to where their French was from, because people like in English it was fine. It didn't matter if people were speaking English from like the US or Britain or New Zealand. It didn't matter. Like I didn't feel like I was going to be judged on the quality of my English, but I absolutely was on the quality of my French. And if I had a group of students from Montreal, they would expect a different kind of category of French than if they were a bunch of civil servants from Quebec City. So there's just like all of these weird things. But one time there were people from France on the tour, and they literally corrected me when I said, you know, here when one refers to the weekend in French, it's fin de semaine, which is a translation of end of the week, right? So I said like fin de semaine, and this woman came up to me and said, "Non, mademoiselle, on dit le weekend en français." And I was like, "Are you kidding me? Like, you were correcting me in French to tell me to use an English word with a French accent? Like, what? Are we in a Marvel film?
I'm going to transition over so people can see your faces just while I get the books, and then you can continue to tell." People being, but this is the amazing crew, by the way, of Adventures in Middle-earth. I'll let them, they will introduce themselves in just a second when we get the books. Also, that number right below me, chat, again, the Grayshade Kickstarter. I feel bad because it's the second time this group has been here while I've been raving about something going on. Last time it was ArvCon, this time it's Grayshade. But we just launched an hour ago, 1,544 so far out of 25,000. So this is a big one for me. So chat, everybody, please spread the word. Let folks know. Thank you to all those who have done that so far. Hashtag Gray Assassin. I'm going to grab those books. Please continue with obnoxious people correcting you in languages.
Excuse me, sir. It's Gray Assassin.
Gray Assassin. Hashtag.
That is wonderful. Gray Assassin. What is gray in French?
Gris.
Gris?
I mean, unless someone from France wants to correct me on this and say no, gris. But you know.
Gris? Has anybody played that game?
Oh, Oh, I have it.
Oh, that indie game.
I haven't played it yet because I was slightly afraid of it because it's supposed to be about grief, I think, and I was like, do I want a game to make me cry? And
What else would you play games for?
you cry during Animal Crossing.
That's why I make Arv play, Toonstruck so that he will cry. I love watching him. That or World of Goo. Either one of those will make Arv cry, and I love that.
I have recently been
World of
crying tears of frustration as I repeatedly attempt to slay the spire and cannot seem to.
I've done it. It was great when it happened, but it took a while.
I'm just like, it's infuriating. I stopped playing it for a long time. Like I just, killed I got all the unlocks and blah, 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 and I just hadn't killed the heart. And then I left it for a long time, and I've picked it up again recently. And I've just been like relearning all of the strats for all the different characters. And I got to the heart with the silent on a poison forward build. And I swear, if I had just stopped attacking once before, like, the poison was going to knock the heart out in the next round, but I was trying to maximize damage, and so I took the hit from hitting one more card, and it killed me with one. And I was just like, there's just so much to keep track of.
But, in my experience, like, when that happens, like almost not the next time, but like very shortly thereafter, then you get there anyway. Like, where you're just kind of like, God damn it was my only chance. And there were some people that I know that are just kind of like, they do all 25, whatever they call them, iterations or combinations. I'm like, nope, I won it once. I'm good. Like I beat the heart. I am the winner. That's, but I love that game. Slay the Spire is great.
It's amazing. One of the things that I'm loving about it actually is like, the two ways that I enjoy it most, I'm finding, are getting all the way to the heart or dying super early, specifically because I've been trying to unlock as many narrative tracks as possible. Like, all the question mark rooms and stuff, like, sometimes have content that builds on other content, and so, like, I really want to be having the red mask when I get to a statue that requires the red mask.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. So I don't know. I want all the unlocks. That's my favorite mode.
Totally. Having all the options. Yeah, no, I totally agree. Amal, since you started with this, I'm going to, for a change, mix things up a bit and continue with you and say, hi, how are you? This is, of course, multiple award winner, Amal El-Matar, who is here with us as always. It's good to see you, Amal. How is life with you otherwise, and who are you playing in this game?
Oh gosh, life is good. It is. I'm very excited because my youngest brother, who has been living abroad for the whole pandemic, is coming home today. So he's had a bit of a wild ride. The flights are bad right now, so he's been kind of stuck in Winnipeg unexpectedly. He was supposed to arrive very early this morning.
Okay.
And now is likely to arrive, knock on wood, sometime like the afternoon, like late afternoon.
Okay.
So, but we'll see. So part of why I'm going to need to leave at 4 specifically is for that. But
yeah, we'll wrap before then, by the way. My plan is to try to wrap by about 3:40 because I have stuff at 4:15. So we'll just have a slightly shorter session today, but it's okay. We're getting back on the horse. So,
but yeah, I'm just super excited. He hasn't been here in ages. I'm really looking forward to seeing him. It's really great. The weather here has been staggeringly beautiful. Things are nice. I've been going for walks. One quick thing I want to recommend. I'm an amateur birder and love birds very much and love watching birds. And there is an app that I just want to recommend to anybody who is likewise interested, if you don't already get it. Merlin is an app by like Cornell Labs, and it's literally like Shazam for birds. So if you are just like walking around and hearing a beautiful bird song of a bird that you cannot see, you can just go and like hold it up, and it will tell you very accurately what the bird most likely is.
Really?
And sometimes it's great for like, I don't necessarily know what a given bird looks like and stuff, and so it'll tell me from the song, and then I'm like, oh, this bird, and then I can look for the bird and actually spot it, and as a consequence, I have spotted a warbling vireo and a and swallows and an eastern kingbird recently, and they were lovely. Anyway, I'm playing a character called the River, who is a woodsman of Rosgobel and is a warden, aka Fighty Bard. And she has a faithful hound of Mirkwood named Stone, who is a very good boy. The goodest.
Yeah, who is a very good boy and was hurt, although not as badly as the river was in our last fight, as we will discuss. This is in a way the aftermath, the time thereafter. But I am excited for that. So as I'm moving back around in the other direction than I normally would, I am going to go up the column, and that's going to bring us... Wait, first I'm going to say thank you to Mrs. Dunsel for the Prime sub. Kickstarter, yes, it's there. Let's get that link up there, folks. Let's get the link. Okay, sounds good, Effect Life. Thank you so much again for backing the Kickstarter. I appreciate it. It's an honor that I'm the first Kickstarter you've backed, so thank you, Effect Life. But anyway, yeah, thank you, Mrs. Dunsel. Let's get that Grayshade link up there, and moving right on up the line, we have Tari, who is here, and I can see, Tari, that you've got, as your new setup, now you're like next to the tree. Tari looks more and more pro every time with like the office that's more and more dramatically looking and like building in, and so
my PC is in for repair, so I'm just on my boyfriend's laptop and using the
don't spoil the image. No, you need to be like, yes, thank you, I've worked on this for multiple years, and yeah, absolutely. How are you, Tari? How's life, and who are you playing?
Oh, I'm good, actually. Yeah, like I said, my PC is in for repairs. That was really annoying last week. It just suddenly died on me without a warning. Probably gonna have it back in a week or two. But yeah, what else is happening? Not much. My garden is full of, my front yard is full of flowers now, which is nice.
Nice.
They're swarming everywhere.
Outstanding.
Yes, bumblebees and regular bees, which is very, very nice. Especially because everything was stone before that. Just gravel. I hate it when people do that. But yeah, so the bees appear to be happy, and aside from that, I am playing Inga, daughter of Ida, who is a stonemason and a wanderer and a clan chief and a this and a that. She is a council member of King Dain II, and did I mention she's a dwarf? The dwarf from the Erebor.
I think you did.
I might have. She has too much going on. Okay, and also she has not one but two faithful sidekicks. One being a pony named Lilleman, who is back home, where he can't break his hoof on the rough landscape of the wastes. And then the newest addition to the party is a raven named Freaky.
And between them is a mechanothrush.
Yes.
Named...
But I don't actually know if I got him back at any point, did I?
You got him back.
You got him back, yes.
Do you know what I just realized? Oh my god, I can't believe I didn't think about this before. I think... It's because you use the word mechanothrush. I'm just suddenly envisioning, and this is because I've been playing Beam Saber on the weekends. I'm just imagining Freaky wearing the mechanical thrush as a mech suit. Ooh. I think that would be extremely appropriate to our setting and tremendously aesthetically on point.
Did you say neck suit?
Mech suit.
Thank God, because I was like, I do not know what a neck suit is, nor do I want to know. It's a suit for my neck. I'm like, I don't...
I'm just imagining the mechanical thrush, like, opening up and Freaky getting in the robot.
Yeah, like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that the thing they hang from the gallows?
The neck suit. Ooh, wow. Yeah,
Or it's like Tom and Jerry, where they just have the collar of a shirt and the tie.
Oh, I was going to say, my daughter got a...
No, that's not Tom and Jerry specifically, that's Hanna-Barbera.
Yes.
Hello, I am your resident cartoonist.
Cartoon person. My daughter... There we go, there's the neck suit. See, that's the... Right there.
Okay, now that you're in, that was like an animation trick for them to not having to animate the head, like redraw the head, so instead they would like give them a collar, or a necklace or something like that, so that they only would have to draw the body.
The body part?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's why like all the Hanna-Barbera characters always have like a neck thing.
That's cool. I was going to say that when my daughter was so I mentioned that I'm wearing my shirt today of I'm not procrastinating, it's a side quest, which I got at Origins. But they have, my daughter got a shirt that was funny, and then you're like, And you're like, no, I think we probably have passed the statute of limitations on it being, quote, too soon. And it's a picture of this volcano in the background, and it's The Floor is Lava Ultimate Edition Pompey. Like, no, that's the thing. It's like, I was like, you know what? I think it's okay for that to be funny now. Like, I mean, it probably is,
it's been a few thousand.
It's been a few thousand. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, look at that. Very, very pretty.
Yeah, very pretty. I love it.
Keep your head like very still while moving your body. There we go.
Good stuff. Yeah, too soon. Sorry, Big Boss. I'm sorry. I know. Big Boss is like, look, I live in that relative region of the world, and how dare you?
I was going to say, you should follow that up with, I remember it like it was,
Oh, no. See, that's too dark. Anyway, but it is a great pleasure to have Tari with us. It is also a great pleasure to have Brad with us. Brad is here. It is good to see you, Brad. How is life in the universe with you and all that kind of stuff? Anything new to explain on the desk/kitchen construction or any of those things, / writing and all that? And who are you playing today?
Those projects are coasting. I'm not done, but they're self-sufficient for the time being.
Okay.
I will quickly just.
Merlin, that's the bird app. Yeah, I literally wrote. I wrote in a quick note, check bird on phone. Right, 2 hours from now, I'm gonna be like, what am I talking about? Check bird. Like, what does that mean?
It's so great. It's also free, and it's just like it's just beautiful.
Bird.
It makes me want to go out on walks more because it is the most real world Pokemon game that you could possibly play. Like,
yeah.
Literally.
Does it have like a collect bird type thing?
It literally does. It has your
collect
your
bird
list. It's like, so there's something among birds, you have your life list basically. So every time you confirm a sighting of a bird, it goes on this long list. And I mean, one thing is that's usually you can get like long lists of those to actually keep longhand and just tick them off and stuff. And so one thing that is slightly annoying is that I'm not going to go through the process of like looking up every single bird I have already seen and entering it into the app. Like that would be laborious and annoying. But it does, like, whenever you want to confirm a sighting, which can help build their database of like sounds and stuff like that. If you have recorded something and seen the bird actually making the sound, is very cool.
So going achievement hunting by going on YouTube and just playing every bird song I can find is not really what they want. Like, we found them all in Southern Connecticut. I don't understand. Wow. How is this possible? Like, what?
That would be that would be so horrible.
How dare I even think of making that comment?
I was going to say that's sort of like people who tape their phones to like the rotor blades of the fan to get more steps or something like that. But it's actually worse because you would be actively and maliciously corrupting their data. That would be bad.
It's true. That would be a real supervillain thing. I promise not to do that. Brad, sorry, you were in the midst of discussing stuff.
Yeah, I picture a little Pokeball going out and, snatching the bird from the branch it's on. That
exactly.
Kind of thing.
We have no birds anymore, but we did it for nature. Like, I was like, damn it.
Look at all the Pokeballs I have.
Exactly. What matters is I win. That's what matters here, really.
Robin, attack. I will never not recommend Wingspan, speaking of bird apps / games.
I have never played that, and I just hear everyone talk about how great it is.
Yeah, it's a tabletop game, but it was turned into a downloadable game with an AI that you can play as like kind of a solitaire type thing, which I do all the time. I do it like in the morning, at lunchtime, just to kind of like kill a little bit of time. It's just super lovely, really relaxing, a nice little break.
I'll check that out.
And Amal appears to have left, but I'm going to put in a plug anyway for Gree. We started talking about it earlier. It's GRIS. It's just a beautiful game. If anybody likes Journey, it's that type of game. It's just
Journey's great.
Really lovely, not non-combative, but also very involving at the same time. Really colorful, great soundtrack. Highly recommended. So I am playing Bolabras Took. A well-traveled, a well-seasoned, like his cast iron pan, hobbit, who is looking forward to, healing with our resident healer along with his pan, and then getting to some dragons. Or dragon.
Or dragon. Okay, cool. I just realized I made an error in the calendar schedule over at Pen and Pixels, so my bad. I will fix that for those who brought it up. Anyway, that's awesome. And I am excited to see what Bolo gets up to. Actually, today's going to be interesting, I think, to see how Bolo reacts to some of this. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how everyone reacts to it, but as we got to see a lot of Bolo's effectiveness in combat as a rogue getting constant sneak attack damage, I feel like at Origins I was telling someone about this and they're like, how much damage? I'm like, it's a lot of damage. They do a lot of damage, but that's cool. Like that's,
just because that sneak attack continues to just go up and up.
Yep. And it totally makes sense to me because it means you're hitting the spots that they're really not ready for, like Éowyn hitting since we're a Tolkien game, the back of the knee of the king that causes them to stagger and fall over, it totally makes sense. Yeah, sorry, my bad. I apologize. But no man would spoil that for you. That's inside. Thank you. I'll be here all week. Anyway, thanks, Brad. I'm excited to have more with Bolo. Also excited to have, of course, Mr. Trending Sparks. And in case you were curious about who did that incredible voice, let me show you who did the voice for the incredible video, the Kickstarter video you just saw. The best part of that video, by the way, at the end for me, Tren, is we may even have talked about this, is the part where it just gets to the end, it blacks out, and then Tren's like, you must always choose love. And then there's the boo and the wee, the music. It just chills, and that's Tren's work on the voice for that. So thank you again, Tren, for doing that. Thank you for doing this audiobook if we get to that backer level, etc. And I know it keeps surprising you. And beyond that, how are you doing? How's life in the universe and all that? And who are you playing today?
I forgot to make breakfast.
That's
or go get it, whatever.
Right, the go get it. Well, we told you how to solve that. Just tell your friend, your roommate, to let the internet survive for a half hour on its own, and then go get you.
No, the internet cannot survive on its own.
For a half hour. Sometime you're going to have to it's going to grow up someday, Tren, and you're going to have to be willing to let the internet go out on its own.
The internet will never grow up.
It's okay, that's fair.
You've met some of the people that are on it. Okay?
That's okay, it's fair, yes.
Happen.
Yes. That's fair.
By the time the people who are on it become mature enough that they get to a position that they could potentially change things, they're basically voted off the island. So, no. Let's see. So we've probably got about 15 minutes left to play. So
No. We're okay.
So I am playing a guy who is the healer of the party, who at this point could heal a couple of dwarves aside from the one that he really likes.
True.
In his party. But he's feeling a little bit pissy about
all this, really.
Yeah. Recent events. A perfectly good waste of a waste of perfectly good bacon grease. That.
Yes.
I mean, granted, it wasn't the dwarves' fault. It was, the serving girl who threw it in his face, but he deserved it.
Yeah, right. He deserved the bacon grease in the face. Yeah, that's just.
And being thrown in the fire.
Yes. And then just walking around. I actually thought of that for reasons I won't talk about. If anyone has a chance to watch the new Obi-Wan show, I thought a little bit about that at one given moment. Good show, by the way. They're doing a very good job with that. Good. And Ewan McGregor is just great. Anyway.
Can I say a non-spoilery thing about that show?
Sure, non-spoilery, sure.
It's been the one thing so far I've seen coming out since I've been a kid. And when I was a kid, that was still when the prequel trilogy came out. Okay, I was still in school when episode 3 came out, okay, for reference. But that was the first thing I've seen that's really round the clock has been bringing the vibe,
for Star Wars. Yeah. Well, because the
Star Wars vibe.
Because the Mandalorian feels like that to me too, but I'm a Mandalorian nut because they did so great with that. But even that's sort of set in a different spot, so I get it. Yeah, they did a great job with it. Also, the actor playing Leia is phenomenal. Just absolutely nails what Leia would be at 10. So I want to note, by the way, Big Boss's comment: the internet will be calling for bail forever. I was it's just that's good work, Big Boss.
Ooh.
Oh, nice. So anyway, you are able to heal dwarves if you so choose, and etc.
Well, one, yes, definitely.
One in particular.
the others, I don't know. Again, it's one of those. If I had vampiric healing, that would be really good. Drain it out of you guys and put it
in there.
An older
Exactly.
edition of D&D, and you just put your constitution at 20, and then you just regenerate.
That's right. I like the idea that Tawny
still in 5e edition, is it?
not in the same way. No.
Okay. I figured that would be a bit broken, would it?
But I was going to say that Tawny will be testing the limits of the title Dwarf Friend. I think it'll be some dwarf friend. Will be part of this mix. So
He started it.
Yeah, exactly. So let's get to it. Actually, a very simple summary this time. I'm going to, with some trepidation, head over to the map to reveal that someone, I don't know who, got a little active in the drawing of things.
It was me. I'm sorry. It was me.
Yes. I'm sure it was you.
I couldn't restrain myself any longer, and I'm so sorry. It is. I will take the blame.
Somebody showed her the box of crayons.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, note, by the way, that there's Tari sitting there like Grogu, Baby Yoda, on the ground, and here's the river, like the Mandalorian, leaping in front to protect, from the slings and arrows. No, of course it was very, very funny, and in the end, it was somewhat representative of some of what happened. The party has been traveling. The Andwanauts here have been traveling for some time as they have been heading up towards the waste because they have been sent on a dragon hunt. They have been sent to by the king to see if they can figure out. Well, that's true. Dane, or Dane, King Dane, which continues to be, by the way, pronunciations continue to be a thing since I heard 3 other people also pronouncing it Dane. So I have literally a 50-50 split on people telling me it's Dine and people telling me it's Dane. So
I never told you that it's Dine. I just personally pronounce it that way because that is the pronunciation I grew up with.
That you grew up with. All right. See, I grew up with Dane, so I was just like...
I grew up with the German translations of these books, so I pronounce everything in German. So.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I don't need to jump through hoops to pronounce Gandalf correctly, because I do automatically pronounce it correctly.
Go ahead, Amel.
I think I could be wrong. Obviously, it has been many years since I exhaustively and obsessively read the pronunciation guides and appendices of all Tolkien books, which a thing I have done, but many years ago. But I'm pretty sure it actually splits the difference and is Dain. Like, there's an accent on
right.
the
And I think that's why there's so much confusion about it, because literally people take it either way. The NPR audio version I grew up with was Dane, very clearly. But yeah, so Dane. So now it starts sounding like Dang, King Dang. So, which is not. So anyway.
Is the NPR version the one where they pronounce Thorin Taurin?
No, that is not the NPR version. Okay. No, it's Bernard Mays' Gandalf. It's actually a lot of fun. It's quaint and quirky, and I still love it. Anyway,
I don't remember those dwarves.
In our in our last session, though, there was a fight, a big fight, because the Andwanauts had been headed to the north and had been headed to the waste to deal with this dragon, quite probably Raynor, the dragon that they dealt with before, except now, instead of dealing with him to deal with a larger threat, they are going to be dealing with him to eliminate him, because he is becoming more and more ambitious and aggressive and dangerous and risky, and that's a problem. So the party is headed north, and they are not the only group that was sent up to do so. There were multiple people, actually, who were sent to try to deal with this dragon. One of them was a group that we ended up meeting called Greystroke and Scarfira. They ended up meeting those travelers further down. And then there were 2 that they had not yet encountered. One was the Brothers Culdrum, a mercenary company of dwarves who had a good reputation as fighters, not always the best reputation in terms of other matters, and you've actually seen that now a little bit insofar as apparently these dwarves, who I will discuss more in a moment, may have caused some problems for their hosts. And the last one, of course, was Lord Elston, who supposedly had also gone to the north, following a similar direction to the way of the Andwanauts, and yet they have not found him. And now there is a question as to what may have actually happened to him as he proceeds further north. The party arrived arrived at a place known as Breck. This place that was essentially kind of a almost a fortress outcropping or fort, you might say, on the frontier, and met there a number of people, Scarf, for one thing, who was the leader of those people and his sons, and also a number of dwarves. It was, in fact, the Brothers Culdrum, this mercenary company of dwarves that had come there. But there was very clearly tension that was obvious among the people of Breck, and there was tension between Scarf and some of the other dwarves that were there, and that all came to a head when one of the servants basically lost it and, threw a pan full of bacon grease into the aforementioned face of a dwarf, which became kind of a sight gag, as that dwarf was just repeatedly burned over and over and over again by every conceivable method throughout the course of the fight. And so the Antoinauts went to it. And during our session of ArvCon, there was a involved combat, long because there were lots of combatants, and it was inside a hall which was set on fire while the fight was happening. So there was a lot going on. But the party...
And we didn't have our weapons.
And you didn't have your weapons. So there were a lot of improvised weaponry, and there was, stuff like that. So in the end, though, exactly, well, Bolo Flankster was right there. But in the end, the party was able to make its way all the way through. They managed to essentially eliminate the dwarves as a threat. One of them actually was knocked unconscious. Others had been badly hurt. Not without cost to the party, because the party themselves were badly hurt. In fact, as I'm looking at the numbers, Bolo has, I believe, 23 out of 52 hit points as I look at this. Can you confirm, Bolo, is that right?
I think that was right.
I believe that's what I had. Also, let me say thank you. We are now up to 20 backers and 1,625, so let's keep it up. Thank you so much for the increased support. Thank you.
40,000 by the end of the day.
Yes, exactly. 40K in the next... That would be great. Yeah, that would be more than great. That would be pretty overwhelming.
Great shade.
Grayshade, awesome. That is a pun I have not yet heard yet on that name.
Okay.
Tren had a number of them we're not going to go into right now. Stone had 9 out of 36. I think River is what I had for Stone.
I believe you. I have no means of tracking his...
Okay, yeah, I have him at 9 out of 36. Speaking of River, River was 7 out of 63, so that was awfully close.
It's a point of pride with River to always be more injured than her dog. It's just the way it has to be.
As a percentage or in real numbers? I just want to make sure I'm clear about that.
That's a very good question. I think...
Although I still think you win, right? Because 7 out of 63, so that's what, like 1/9 roughly of your hit points, and Stone is 9 out of 36, so that's 1/4 of his hit points left. So yeah, you were more injured in real terms and in other terms. Anyway, so that was River with 7 out of 63. Math. Ingo was 37 out of 78, totally hale and hearty, no problems there. And Tani was 28 out of 57. So everyone got kind of torn up in this fight, but the dwarves, of course, got it worse. And so as we pick up with the party, I'm going to turn on a little bit of music here. Let's see, what's appropriate music for this? I think...
While you're doing that, Tran, could you calculate the percentage that we've all dropped in hit points
from the beginning of the campaign? If you could start that and have it ready in the next 10 minutes, that'd be great.
Graph over time of our
it would look like an EKG for you people. Like, doop, 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 doop. Like seriously, like
it'll all be algebra. There's an F, a U, a C.
That's not unknown enough, Tren. I know what that already is. It's supposed to be. My objection to algebra always was, if X is the unknown, why do we need to know it? Like, why break the rules of the universe? Anyway.
I was fine with math until English moved in with it, and it's like, no.
then it was bad. So, as I hand things back over to the party, you are literally sitting outside along with the injured dwarves, along with Scarf, and who's hurt too, along with his sons. Everyone looks blackened and bruised. There is apparently no one inside the hall, but you are next to this hall, which is still flaming, and now, the roof parts have collapsed, and there's just sort of fire, and there are people coming over trying to put out what is left, but I mean, the hall is a lost cause at this point, obviously. And all of the dwarves are kind of huddled up, kind of looking suspiciously around at everybody, but clearly have no fight in them at the moment. You folks have your weapons back, incidentally, but other than that, it's up to you how you want to handle things going forward. And so whether it's to heal, to talk, or whatever else, I will hand things over to the party. What would you like to do?
Question.
Sure.
Where exactly did we leave off? I don't remember if we had the chance to talk to anybody yet.
No.
You got your weapons back and we're heading back towards the thing.
That was it.
Yeah.
I had just gotten my staff and it healed once and told Arv, you told me to remind you when blah, blah, blah. And I learned about the +2, but I'm a little bit behind you. Everybody else has pulled out of the thing. And
the river we just got out, of the burning place. So Bolo is officially starting a meal with Flank Searer that will help healing.
Okay.
I'm using the healing.
Where are you going to find some fire, though?
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult, but I will try.
It's like dragging like a burning corpse from a dwarf.
I was going to say, one of those dwarves.
Does anyone have any fire?
Sure, one of them was like wearing plate armor, so she can nicely roast an egg on that.
Right. I just had this image of you just being like, does anyone know where? As they're all staring with smoke like flaming in the background. By the way, 1825 we just hit. Yay, thank you. I promise I won't update every single time, but you'll have to forgive me. I'm a little excited about this. So
that's a promise you're not going to be able to keep.
True. I will absolutely violate that promise at every opportunity. Anyway, so you're starting to make that meal. Bolo, there's probably, if you want them to, there would be one or two of the servants who might come over and try to help to the extent that they can. I mean, most of them are occupied with trying to sort of see to everybody, but you get the impression that at least one or two of them want to help you with this because they see that you're doing this to heal people. So raw ingredients would be what I'd need, and a little prep area kind of thing. Okay. But I'll ask them for that. Okay, they can do that. What about the rest of you? What are the rest of you doing?
Connie is going to start. He's going to go directly to the river.
Okay.
Because she's barely got any skin left at this point, and
well, no, she's not actually burned. I think she is, but she is bleeding a lot.
She's been attacked by a potato peeler, and it's just there's.
She's certainly, I will say, as per usual with the river, she is stumbling. So the last thing that the river did was to grab someone who had collapsed in one of the servants in the hall, and burst out of the room with a successful athletics check, only made so by the gift of inspiration from amongst the chat. Yep. So anyway, she managed to carry someone out and is stumbling out and perhaps disconcertingly trying to make sure that person is okay while still copiously bleeding and becoming paler and paler and stuff. And if Tawny comes up to her, she'll be like, just a minute, Tawny.
And he will be like, sit down.
I thought I was sitting down. Oh, no. Okay.
You sort of look around. You are, in fact, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he will start healing her.
So this is slightly awkward because people are in pain, but just as a reminder, the flank seer's rune maximizes healing, so there's no need for a roll. But then again, she's hurt.
Oh, that's right.
That's great.
It doesn't heal on its own.
Forget, we do have hit dice, so as long as we get a. Oh, sorry.
Right.
I love that. By the way, I love that mechanically. That's such a great idea. It makes such sense that the food would work perfectly to maximize the amazing healing from. Yeah. You just can't cook a meal in the middle of combat, so you can't just be like, we go make an omelet. I'll be back.
Maybe just a binding of wounds initially, and then healing right after.
Also, we do have hit dice, so as long as we can short rest, we can just roll our hit points back up.
No, don't waste that. Let's see what all of the healing maximums are first.
Oh my god, if it's maximized, it's going to take me a minute to figure this shit out again.
Oh man.
That's great. Well, while you do that, please? While you do that, I'm just trying to think of I imagine that we also had the food that we were carrying with us. I imagine Inga has a lot of cheese and bread and stuff.
That was like in game time 2 years ago. I'm not sure that stuff is still good and edible.
Cheese ages gracefully.
It's just blue cheese now, and it's that's totally different.
No, but I mean, we did get provisioned recently.
Yes.
So anyway, I imagine we have stuff. I'm just imagining Bolo making like a whole pan worth of like cheese toasties for everyone, and that just like comfort food. But I'm also imagining that like Stone has sort of like limped over to River, and she is like petting him and nuzzling him.
Yep.
And
you can see his fur is scorched in certain areas too, River, and
she's just kind of hugging him tightly and just and stroking his head and going, "Good boy, good boy."
He seems also a little fatigued from the affair, from the whole affair that just happened, but does not seem bowed by it. Stone, as you've had the chance to remember over time, I think it's important for people to realize that Stone's grown up with this campaign, and Stone himself has a certain kind of resilience to him after fights like this, and of course he's a huge fan naturally of Tawny and the various healing that's done, and also loves food from Bolo. As you're doing this, by the way, so you're all doing that. Inga, what about you? While Tawny's doing the healing, River's hugging the dog, Bolo is making the meal. What are you doing?
Are people just like letting the house burn out now completely?
Yeah,
or?
it pretty much is a lost cause. Like there's
so nobody's like bothering trying to put the flames out.
No, they got the people out already, and the house is sort of by itself. Fortunately, it's not a particularly windy night, so there's not spreading of flames to other areas. So they're doing a little bit what they can just to make sure the fire doesn't spread, but the house is not happening.
I guess then Inga
Maybe
was
saving what they can.
Quick question, just to remind myself, the the way we ended last session was that the head of the house, whose name I
Scarf,
right? That he had like just raised an axe against the bad dwarves, the Brothers Cauldron.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Whether or not he is actively killing him, a point about which River is not too concerned. But I'm just presuming that they are secured, essentially.
That's right. Now he's standing right above them, and is basically got his axe right next to them. So no, he has not brought the axe down yet, but he is hefting it, and you can kind of see that he is. And the dwarves are kind of looking up at him now. There's only one of him and the dwarves there, but the dwarves do not look. I mean, some of them are essentially unconscious or close, and are like coughing and like they're in bad shape. And you can see that they feel. They do not look inclined to go running away at the moment. So yeah, Scarf is holding the axe and looks very much. You can see almost the River, the knuckles, turning white as they grip the handle of his axe. And Inga, you could see that too. So that's something to think about. I mean, he's likely to do something soon, based upon his sort of body language. But yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Inga would like stand like probably close to Scarf then.
Okay.
But she wouldn't make she wouldn't try to stop it. To be honest.
Okay. I will come back to that.
Nope,
Go ahead.
I feel you, dude. You do what you must.
Go ahead, Tawny.
Each of us, because I'm going to spend 5 healing dice, 1 for each of us.
Mm-hmm.
Each of us gets 92 points back.
92.
Great! I've got some surplus now. They can just keep in a little hit point back.
Did you say each of you get 92?
Each of us. With Flank Zero's bonus, my healing is maximized. That means it's 92 points to each of us.
So I just want to be clear that you've healed, if I understand this correctly, 368 points of damage. Is that what I just heard, basically?
I don't know. I would have to multiply this by 5 and see what that is.
It would be interesting in a hypothetical at some point to have Tawny and Bolo fight it out, where Bolo's like sneak damage and you're like heal saving, and like you just like back and forth, like just how long can you keep this crash test dummy up like before?
Just because of the proximity to Flank Zero.
Yeah.
The thing is, Tawny can only do this 9 times right now. So
Wait, 9? You can heal people 360 hit points 9 times?
no.
Okay.
I mean, he has 9 healing die that he can spend to heal people.
Right.
So
Okay.
he can do that 9 times. 92 points maximum for each of those 9 times. However, Bolo can sneak attack people forever.
That's true. True. That said, he is quite small, and he has far fewer hit points than most of us. Anyway, we're not planning Bolo's demise. We are healing her.
We're healing right now.
Wait, let me check my notes again. I'm not sure we weren't planning that.
In any case, okay, so you are, I do not have, in case people are curious, I do not have an objection to this insofar as these characters are now level 9, and insofar as the combat is currently over, and there will be times where you won't be able to recover all of this because long rests are not always easy to do in this game, as we know. So I'm fine with it. Did you just say wait, what?
I did. Did we gain? No, that was Infinity and Beyond. Never mind. I was like, oh shit, did we level last time? No,
Infinity and Beyond did, but you folks didn't.
Yes.
No.
Okay. So no rolling of hit points, so we're fine.
That's right. That's hit point-ist. Yeah, exactly. It's terrible. Okay, so I'm going to improve everyone's hit point totals right now. Okay, as I'm doing that, Inga, I would like you to make an insight check for me, please.
Boy, I'm actually great at this. I was thinking of a different game. My other game, my paladin is like,
God.
oh my god, she doesn't see anything. Yeah, okay, no.
Well, you really don't see anything. Okay. So we got the big old 8. Okay. So there's a moment where you just hear kind of and then Scarf's like, "You should have known this would happen. Oh, you've destroyed my home." And he lifts up the axe. And then now he brings the axe down, and one of the dwarves basically kind of throws up a mailed, because remember they had their armor, throws up I take that back.
Oh.
They had their weapons, not their armor. So let me rephrase that. So they throw up a mailed fist and it's cut off. They throw up their axe. They throw up their axe to block it. Now Scarf is, he's wiry and all that, but he's not necessarily a match. And the dwarf kind of like shoves it to the ground, and a couple of the dwarves sort of stand up and kind of like look at him, and Scarf glares back, and one of them's like, "Don't be a fool, Scarf. A fool? I was a fool in the first place to let you in." And they look like they're very much ready to come to blows, the entire crew. And the servants kind of stand back. Even the one that's helping you, Bolo, is like, type of thing.
Can River make an insight check?
Sure. For what reason? The reason I give it to Inga is because she was right next to Scarf when this happened. What are you looking for in particular?
I'm imagining this is like drawing her attention now.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah.
I think so. Something that she's been very curious about is why they were allowed to keep their weapons.
Okay.
And so I think she's basically looking to understand the relationship between Scarf and the Brothers Cauldron.
Okay.
So,
Actually,
I mean, because it's like, if the whole point of, well, anyways, but I'm gonna just do the check. It's a 17.
Okay. So you're basically trying to see the relationship, you said, between the dwarves and Scarf, right? What I would say is that some of that you can obviously ask through questions directly to them, but what I would say is that this little exchange you just noted looks very much like what happens when some level of co-conspiracy or something gets called out, like no honor among thieves type of thing. Like you get the impression that they're both like, you screwed this, you started, this was your idea, and this is your that kind of thing, is the impression you get. Although it's a little bit hard to tell, River, because it feels mixed in with Scarf's level of anger suggests that, I don't know, there may be more going, there are nuances you're not picking up on, obviously, but at least on some level, this feels to you like two people being like, you screwed this up. And also, hold on, a big bug just showed up and freaked me out. Give me a second.
Okay. I think
for initiative.
Yeah, almost.
Yeah.
The thing was just like, oh my god.
Cazador from Fallout.
while that exchange, like while that's happening, I think River is actually going. So I'm imagining that the person who she carried out of the hall is still there with, like, right by her.
Yes, this is the dwarf one that you carried out, right? Or is there, because there was an
No.
unconscious dwarf? They carried him out. You carried out the servant. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and it has
Our
now
Lady Bacon Grease.
has now recovered. Like is kind of like very woozy, but is conscious.
So River is going to say in kind of more whispered, because she's very interested in the reactions of this woman particularly, because she's the one who threw the bacon grease in response to, like, the song, which River was singing partly because she was really getting a bad vibe about what happened to Lord Elston and stuff. Mm-hmm. And so she wants to have, like, this, she's speaking very quietly to this woman. She says, "Can you tell me more about what happened here? We know that they killed Lord Elston, but how did that come to pass? What happened?"
And she kind of looks and then kind of looks over towards Scarf, who is just kind of breathing heavily and staring with hatred at the dwarves. And she says, it's not really my, it's not, and, kind of coughs, and it's not my place to say. They were brutes. They were brutes, all of them. And you didn't stop them, Lord Scarf. And Scarf just kind of like, looks over at her, and she says, "Oh, that man wasn't a bad man, but I killed him right enough." And Scarf's son from behind you says, "Yeah, she's not got the right of it. That ain't what happened." And he kind of, walks up next to you. You can see that his arm is kind of hanging loosely by its side. It might have gotten sprained or broken or something. So he's just using his right hand to speak, to gesture at the moment.
To speak.
To speak. I say this. Exactly.
That's not what happened.
Let me tell you the truth. Yeah. Some weird serial killer, actual thing. Yeah.
No, River looks to him with some interest, and she says, and now I think she kind of looks around, and as, like, the healing is proceeding and stuff, and she says, more like not trying to be quiet, essentially, "What did happen here? I would like to know in particular why we had to give up our weapons when these..." Sorry, no, she wouldn't pause here.
These.
I was going to say these men, and then I was like, these dwarves, and then I was like, she would.
These punks? Yeah, right.
These jerks.
Yeah.
Anyway, she'd say why the brothers Coldrum and their crew were allowed to keep theirs. She's just kind of like looking from Scarf's son to Scarf.
Right. And so Scarf kind of looks over at his son, and then one of the dwarves is like, "You hold your tongue." And Scarf's son says, "Or what? You'll burn down my father's house? I think it's a little late." And the dwarf is like, so one of the dwarves like steps up and then just catches sight, River, of you and your party. Now, this would have been even cooler if it was before you got healed, but I'll take the same logic.
She's
bloodied.
Still covered in
no, that's
blood.
what I'm saying. Yeah.
She's still
it's fine.
covered in her dried
like bloodied
blood,
and like with
it.
and behind you, you just hear like, and it's like stone is right behind with this growl. You people look like the angels of death. Like they just so the dwarf like kind of steps back again and doesn't say anything, and Scarf's son looks over at Scarf, and Scarf kind of just drops his head and his shoulders slump all of a sudden, and he kind of just waves his hand as if to say like fine. And the son says, "They came here They weren't the first. Lord Elston arrived. He was the first one to get to Breck. He said he wanted to sleep in a bed once more before crossing the waste. But at one point we were feasting as we usually do when a visitor of his stature comes. Perhaps he was in his cups, but he let it slip the plan to slay the great worm. And when he sees that, you can see, like, Scarf kind of stiffens a little bit, and then his back is turned to you, and he's just staring at the ground. And then Scarf's son continues and says, and then these filth arrived. And he looks at the dwarves. He said they needed shelter, and we tried to provide it. At least initially, they were given that shelter, and they followed the rules, gave up their weapons and the like. And then something changed. They had a conversation with my father. I don't know what it is they said to him or what he said to them, but all of a sudden they were agitated. They grabbed their weapons. We told them the rules. They laughed and said that the rules wouldn't be found at the bottom of a shallow grave. And then they said that they would stay as long as was necessary until they had their strength back, and they would go and deal with the problems they had discovered. Well, at a certain point, Lord Elston was, well, he was, as I said, drunk, and was asleep, snoring. That's when these ones, well, they said that he was going to get in the way, that he would wake the dragon, reveal the presence of everyone. So and he kind of stares at the dwarves, who at this point are just, like, not even looking. He says, they attacked the old man in his sleep. I don't know what they did to him. All I saw was several of them bringing out his body. They headed out of Breck, said they were going to discard it somewhere. I don't know what it was they were doing, but when the rest of the dwarves came back, they said they were having a celebration in the anticipation of reward to come, they called it. And he kind of glares back. My father, well, I don't know, but I got the impression my father wouldn't have let them in otherwise. But they were doughty warriors. We can fight a little, but not enough to stand up against a whole crew of well-armed and determined warriors like this. We were feasting, or they were feasting anyway, and that's when you arrived. If it had been up to them, they probably wouldn't have allowed you in. Or, if they had allowed you in, they probably would have done what they could to do you what they did to Elston. I don't know where they took him, or what their plans were for us. But I do know that almost none of the rest of us wanted them here. And we can see what it was giving guests, this kind of guest, this kind of shelter. I hope even you can see that, Father. And Scarf is just again staring at the flaming remains of his once proud hall.
What do you wish to do with these people now?
Me? I'd kill them and throw their bodies out for the crows. That's what I would do. And this is Scarf's son still. And he says, but I suppose you wouldn't want to do that, right, Father? Always make sure you think of the possibilities. And Scarf finally mutters, you don't understand everything. We're alone out here. You kill a bunch of dwarves, and you'll get 2 more groups of them, and they'll raise this place to the ground. I didn't think...
River looks at the burning building.
Exactly. So Scarf, right, and Scarf's son is like, that happened anyway. That wasn't what was supposed to happen. I didn't know it would go this way. And I certainly didn't. And so Scarf's finally turns. Now, those of you who have seen him, I think I do have a picture, but I'll show it because I'm on the other screen right now. Those of you may remember that Scarf looks like a guy who's seen a whole bunch of stuff. There we go. That's seen a whole bunch of stuff in his time. He looks kind of, weathered by the years and by conditions and that sort of thing. This guy looks like a survivor. But for the first time since you've seen him, he also looks just broken. And as he turns around and he kind of looks at you, he says, It wasn't until I heard you singing a song about hospitality and about how to treat those. Well, I just saw what they were doing to my people. All I was trying to do was keep my people safe. It's for heroes to go forth and stop fighting and to stand up to those and stand up for those who can't stand up for themselves. All I am is someone trying to keep my place from being destroyed. And he kind of waves helplessly at the flaming wreck behind him. He's like, obviously I couldn't even do that. But when I heard you, I realized that this wasn't how I meant things to be. And then Tula there, and he looks down at the serving girl. I suppose she did what we all were feeling anyway. And his son says, but only one of us was actually brave enough to follow through. And Scarf shrugs, and he says, if it were me, in most of my life, I'd tell you to take away their weapons and armor, set them out on the road. I don't know what I'd do now. You can execute them if you like. It don't matter none to me.
River, so like the place that they're in right now, right? We're still in the Day Lands, right?
Yes, actually, if we slide over for just a moment. So you are on the edge of, you're going to have to look between the wings, the axe, the other sort of things. But anyway, you are right on the edge of the Dale Lands and the Waste, like right to basically once you leave and head north from here, you would be almost immediately in the Waste from that point forward.
And so, like, technically, like, are these barred lands, or are these like who?
Yeah, the Northern Dale Lands would pledge fealty, basically to Bard, and the dwarves would probably pledge fealty to Dane. So that would be there. Once you get into the Waste, of course, nobody pledges fealty to anybody theoretically. No. Those are all technically supposed to be part of but I mean, obviously, the Waste is wild land. It's not. Claimed by it's claimed by many, but not actually owned by anyone.
And of the people here, Tawny is actually a de facto representative of King Bard, right? That's
right.
So, River has been listening to to Scarf's son. What is his name?
Scarf's son is, hold on a second. I have that.
Skull. It's Scarf's son. It's Scarf's son for some reason. I'm assuming one of them got named after the grandpa.
Yeah, well, Scarf's full name is Scarf Skullson. But his son
is Skull Scarfson.
That's
what my notes say.
No, actually, his name. I think his name is Scal, but not Scar. I think it is Scal, Skal. Yeah.
That's what I've written down.
Okay. Yep.
So Scal.
You're right.
So River has been listening. As Scal has been speaking, River has just like her look just has been darkening and just listening to this. I just wish to reiterate here that River, while healed, I don't think that Tawny provides the kind of healing that gives people a makeover when they are healed. So she is, hale and hearty, but still covered in blood on her clothes, on her face. It's still matted into Stone's fur. And she looks very fearsome, and she's just been getting like grimmer and grimmer as he's told the story of
As Stone's growl has gotten louder, by the way, like
Yeah,
gradually
yeah.
more menacing, like as this is going on, probably responding to you, but you almost get the impression that Stone's like listening also, but like he's clearly responding to you mostly, River.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And probably both of those things, honestly.
Yeah,
Like, he's a smart boy, and so she's. But when Scarf starts speaking and talking about, in particular, talking about the song and stuff, something in her kind of like softens and melts a little, and she just feels like everything here feels like a microcosm of the world that she is in, which is that like things are terrible and terrible and terrible, but there is this power that people can have to still reach each other through the things that she loves and has dedicated her life to, like music or companionship or fellowship, and it just like finds herself thinking about that as she listens to what Scarf said. And she finally raises her voice and says, "You live here on the edge of the waste. And if you were governed by the laws of the waste, then killing these men would be no matter. You could kill them, leave them for the sands and the crows and whatever else might consume them, and that would be a kind of justice. But you also live on but you also live in the Dale Lands, where there is some kind of desire for a different kind of justice. We have here among us Thane Tawny Bear Hearthmender, who is in fact a representative of King Bard himself. And if you would...
You notice the dwarves, by the way, when you say that, like the dwarves in particular are all kind of like a couple that you don't need inside checks to know that they're all like, oh, like one of them clearly is almost like the oh crap look, like, and actually even before you hear the representative King Bard, the mention of Tawny, and they're immediately like, you know, like looking at each other as if they've heard that name. So sorry, on you go.
It's all good. So she says, so there is one here among us who could pronounce judgment on these murderers and serve a different kind of justice. I will say that what has happened here is horrific, both to you and among you. That you have lost your home in such a terrible way and at this terrible place is something that needs to be made restitution for. And that hospitality has been so viciously violated here. Whatever the intentions behind it, and she looks at Scarf, it's something that we must all mourn together, and I myself don't want to see more bloodshed, but specifically looking at the Brothers Coldrum now, that you would think yourselves so arrogant and despicable as to think of hunting a dragon as something that you need to eliminate companions from. That this is something that you feel you can just need less help with. She's so incredulous as she's saying this. You have so much to make up for, and I don't think your deaths would be payment enough. I think the length of your lives would barely begin to scrape the surface of the kind of restoration that you owe these people and that you owe Lord Elston's family. But that's just my opinion. And she turns to Tawny and says, I think between us here, looking from Tawny to Inga, we have enough representatives of the... I don't know how she would say this, judicial system. Anyway, she speaks grimly and sternly, and but also makes it very clear that it isn't like up to her, but she kind of feels the need to lay out the situation.
Okay.
And say that Oh yeah, of course she's a Thane as well. She is totally forgetting that she is also a Thane. As she is.
I was just like,
Yeah, no, she is. Completely out of her mind. It's too recent. It has happened too recently. She doesn't feel the burden of that kind of power on her. She's only speaking here, which is the thing that she is used to doing. But anyway, but she says that for my part, I favor life sentences over death ones. And with that, she turns back to Tula and like just kind of tending to her as best she can, taking over from Tawny, essentially expecting him to speak next.
okay.
Question?
Mm-hmm.
Like, Inge has been like doing this for like a while now, and assuming that she has been working in like specifically like building houses most of her life.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she has like encountered more cases where like people's houses were burned down or anything like that by brigands. Does Inge have like an idea of what like appropriate sentence here would be? Maybe.
I think actually what the River laid out is very much what you would know as well. You are in somewhat uncharted territory here because you're right on the edge. And in fact, I hate to continue to make references to the judicial system. Also, we've almost hit 2,200. So thank you, everybody. Let's keep that up. That's awesome. But I would say you're setting precedent, Inga. Like what you and Tawny decide here will absolutely, given the circumstances, end up getting back to the other civilized lands. So the decision that your party makes here may determine how similar situations are handled, especially given the reputation of your party.
And I mean, to make clear that the conflict here is that, and I think that everyone, like, I don't think River needs to spell this out. I think everyone is aware of it, probably, that there is tension between dwarves and men right now. There is, but recently, like, King Bard made a massive concession to dwarves with the restoration of this armor to them and stuff very recently. And this is an act of horrible aggression from dwarves against men on Bard's land. So it feels like a situation where like an example can easily be made of them.
Yep.
Without it actually, I think, I feel like this is a situation where King Dain would be, in favor of going hard. So
King Dain would be like cool with this anyway, right? Like, hey, somebody committed a murder as a guest in somebody else's house.
Yeah.
Of course you chop his head off, right?
Yeah. It seems like it's
like
a horrible violation.
Affront. Like,
yeah, it's a horrible violation of like dwarven hospitality. It's not like hospitality is the purview of men, obviously.
Right.
But like to dwarves, it's like extra. I mean, of course, that's just like one of my headcanons. But like, you have like a story like this, just like the other way around in the Children of Húrin, right? Where they what are they? I forgot the term. Like the dudes that Turin hangs out with. Out of survival, and when they get to Nim is his name, I think. Nim the dwarf.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And murder his sons in his house. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, of course this would be like, I have a feeling, like my own headcanon anyway, is that the dwarves care a lot about the rules of the.
They do. You just have the other political considerations of what you've been dealing with men and dwarves to this point. But in general,
that's like what I'm saying. Like with such a horrible affront against the rules of hospitality, like the execution on the spot would probably be completely justified.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
We are the heroes, by the way. Hi.
That's right. They all wait and they are all looking clearly at you, and it looks like the attention's turned to Inga and Tawny mostly.
Inga looks at Tawny, like with an eyebrow raise. She can do that, I can't.
Given the way things have been going between men and dwarves, your actions here are most foul. There is no doubt in my mind that there are many among your people and among the numbers of men who would see to it immediately that each of you should be put to death for what you have done here. As mentioned, and he kind of nods his head towards the river, by my compatriot, also a Thane herself.
Again, you hear the name the river, and immediately they're all like, "Oh!" And you can see there's sort of a dawning realization. Oh, crap! It's this group, like these people. You know. Yeah.
I could have sworn we introduced ourselves.
We did.
Yeah, but a lot of it is putting two and two together,
Right.
as they sort of know. Part of it is that there is a question. You know, lots of people can say that there's something when they're not actually those things. So having actually revealed not only who you are, but through your actions proven that that's what you actually are, and then the stuff with Bart. So anyway, yeah.
One thing I will say, we have at no point said that we are hunting a dragon.
No, I know. That was Elston who did that, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But sorry, I was saying, and I was muted, when Tawny says also a Thane, River just like suddenly blinks, flushes deeply, and looks down.
I like that, Big Boss. Oh, that the river. Right, okay. Not the
I thought it was
one.
a river. I didn't, you know, like...
Denial is the river.
There you go. Yeah.
I was coming down the Shenandoah, but Denial's better.
Almost Mississippi that, but it's all right.
Oh, God.
Yeah, all right, never mind. Let's not get down the path. We'll never get anything done.
And now
Sorry.
we're down to $700 on the Kickstarter. So anyway, right. So he focus. The idea of, as she mentioned, the audacity of you trying to take on a dragon by yourselves and eliminating what you perceived as competition, which could very easily be the one person who might have gotten the win, a stroke that would have saved your lives, any of you. But no, you think only of your own selves, your purses, and your prestige.
Tawny, a word?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like Inge leads him and the rest of the gang,
Yeah.
River and Bolo to the side.
And by the way, just quickly, Bolo, you noticed this because you were sitting right next to the servant who was helping you with the meal. Like, people are just riveted. Like, it's very much like watching these two people decide, including Scarf even and his son, watching just what's happening. So,
I think I have an idea.
A bit similar, actually. Just to throw in what he's doing. Like, I mentioned like each game that like he's like more worldly wise than he used to be, but not in this respect. Like he feels like he's seen some things, but he hasn't been involved in sort of the decisions of power and politics and that sort of thing. So he's like just as amazed as everybody else at this point.
okay.
Actually, forget the part about the whole word thing and leading people away. No, she says it out in the open. I think that's smarter. Here goes. I think I have a solution to our conundrum here.
I thought Tawny was winding up to it, but okay.
I had a few more circles on the wind up to go, but yes, go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, we need to make sure that the people who lived here are taken care of. We can either provide you with housing at the Erebor or in Dale, whichever you choose, you will be taken care of for as long as you need. And should you choose to have your house rebuilt, I will personally see to it that your house will be rebuilt where you choose to have it. And second of all, I think if you should choose to go to the Erebor or to Dale, we should put up a letter to either King Dine or to King Bart, describing what has happened here and adding into it that we will take what remains of this group of mercenaries with us north to give them a chance to show their goodwill.
River is like actually staring at Inga like.
So are the dwarves. They're all like, literally.
River like clears her throat, and I'm gonna say actually it's like Inga. No, she's not gonna interrupt. She's not. But like her face says Inga, a word, very, very clearly.
Well, I mean, what I'm trying to say here, I see you, River. I see you. What I'm trying to say here is we could either have them executed on the spot, or they have the chance to face down against this dragon that they dare to like make it so that they might have to stay alone anyway, and then would have died against it anyway. This way, we can at least use the manpower we still have to deal with all of this.
And maybe deal with treachery along the way.
Yeah, but what would they have to gain from that, is what I'm saying. Also, they know that we are stronger than them. Hello.
Yeah, no.
Stone's growl at this point has dropped into a.
Yeah, okay, I see how it is. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, I think River says, I think the notion of them earning back some sense of honor and making amends is a good one, but I do not think that they should journey with us. I don't trust them. I don't trust them not to engage in further treachery. The only thing, honestly, I would trust them to do is dig a great deal of holes under supervision in perhaps the work of rebuilding this house. I wouldn't let them near weapons or armor again in their lifetimes. But again, that's only my opinion.
Well, I mean, what I was saying is that write down the letter should they return without us, should they ever be seen again without us being confirmed alive after this, that they are going to be hunted down, basically. So
I believe that we could probably entrust their keep to Skal and Scarf, now that they are diminished as they are. But I also am curious to know what Tawny was going to conclude. I mean, you two, between you, she does look like from Inga to Tawny, I think are the people here carrying the most behind you in terms of how this ought to go. You stand for two thrones here. And Inga, obviously, you are you are a representative of Dime's Council. And I just think that we can confer on this further. But I can tell you plainly, I would never stand with one of these men at my back.
all right. It's just that Tawny said, we need people.
We're not telling people we're hunting a dragon. Anyway.
And so Tawny looks from the burned out husk of a hall to Scarf and says, you said earlier that you didn't care anymore what happened to these men, these people.
And he kind of like, maybe I haven't earned the right to decide.
Do you still have the will to be lord of your house? or should I ask your son?
So he kind of looks at you at that, and then looks over at his son, and he has still been holding that axe, and he kind of drops it, and he says, I don't... He starts, and then... I don't know. So he kind of sinks to the ground and just is sort of staring at the ground while seated on it. And his son comes up to you, and he says a little more quietly, I mean, not like, he just sort of looks at you and says, I think my father will go along with whatever I decide.
Then I ask you this. Do you have the will, the manpower, and the supplies to watch over this group while they start making up for what they have done here by repairing your home?
And he kind of... I don't know if we have all the manpower and the supplies, but we do have the will. If I had to watch them myself and get rid of every one of these filthy... And he kind of like... He falls silent.
For the moment, leave your anger aside. I'm speaking of facts alone. Can you do it? Do you have the manpower to keep a solid watch on every one of these people?
How many are
For the
left?
duration.
There are like 6. Are there 6 left?
Yeah, 6. One is 7 if you count the unconscious one, but 6. So 3 of them are pretty much, other than being blackened and so on, are not hurt. The others are all hurt to various degrees. And Skal looks at you and then sets his jaw and says, yes, we have the will and the manpower to do it.
And the supplies.
I think so. We'd have to send out some people to get some more supplies from the countryside nearby, but we're used to that.
Which will reduce your manpower watching over these.
He thinks about it and he says, aye, but we can still manage, I think. As long as they don't have their weapons with them, we'd be able to, I think, watch over them. But and he kind of says, we can do it, but I don't know whether they deserve that kind of mercy. And he's still looking at you, Tony, like...
Like, River kind of is looking at the degree to which they are wounded and the fact that everyone else, like Tawny, has been healing except for them. And like, so she is kind of reckoning the numbers and stuff as well. And I think she's saying, like, looking at them, estimating how long it would take them to convalesce versus how long it would take supplies to reach them. So I think she, like, leans into Tawny and says... And also, like, this was a big hall. There were like 20-ish people in it, right?
Yep.
Besides the dwarves, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, and he has a few of his own. He probably has a good like 10 of his own guards. You know, they're just kind of let me say, and they're not just village peasants with pitchforks. Like, they are legitimate guards, including Skal himself.
Yeah.
It's just that, you know, can they stand up against like hardened dwarves? Yeah. Under normal circumstances, no. If they don't have weapons, I mean, you know, these are
weapons, they don't have armor. So,
right, exactly.
So I think so River will kind of like lean into Tawny and just kind of like point out some of those things because she's been like taking stock of this and she's saying, like, so she'll say, if they're convalescing without the benefit of your help, they have 2 weeks easily of being bedridden while waiting for supplies. They'll be reduced. I don't think there'll be a problem to them.
But they will be a drain.
They will. And this she's just kind of whispering to Tawny here.
Mm-hmm.
It's worth pointing out that this will have drawn very negative attention. a house going up in flames this close to the waist. I can't help but imagine the dragon is aware.
Oh, not just him.
It may be to their... What are you thinking of as an alternative, besides leaving them here?
At this point, they begin their... Not penance. Penance is not the word I'm looking for.
Restitution?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Turn to the authors. They're the one who know the words better than I do. The beginning of their restitution. They're paying back of what they have destroyed by rebuilding it. That would begin here. Fixing what they broke. But much like you said a few moments ago, I don't trust them. Any measure of trust they might have garnered from us was gone. Ordinarily, and this part he does say loud enough for them to hear.
Okay.
Ordinarily, something like this goes very much against my nature as a healer. But what has been done here today, if there is not 100% certainty that these individuals will abide by any agreement that is made here regarding their fates, then I am leaning very heavily towards killing them all.
So there's just dead silence for a minute on the fort, you know, and the people around it. Yeah.
If they do survive, either by their own will or that of those who are watching over them, you can be very much assured that both Bard and King Dain will hear about this. And whatever punishment they see fit to pour upon their heads like flaming embers.
Literally heaping coals on their head. Great.
I wish the one was was conscious who could react to that. Like, could just be like, ugh, you know, but like he's unconscious, so.
Oh! Sorry, River didn't do that. I'm having
You immediately thought, taser face! No, that's right.
I literally thought, I just had a thought for like something obvious that could be done here that would be, in my mind, terrible punishment, but also, anyway, yeah.
Shave all their beards off.
Yes!
And then strangle them.
That is...
I was just like, well, essentially, River, has, I don't know if this is a thing that dwarves actually do or not, but the idea that, like, they would be known anywhere they went as criminals who do not deserve hospitality and so on, purely by looking at, and it's not a permanent disfigurement, right? It's like, in fact, I think there's a great poetry to the idea that until their beards grow back, they have to be in service to these people whose home they've destroyed. But actually, anyway, I will, Tony will say what he says, and I think River might actually end up saying that, but in a likely and dramatic moment.
So Tony's real close to the end of his little thing, because the only other thing that he would have mentioned is, you know, as much as, and he may well have mentioned this, you know, under his breath, that, you know, as much as I don't trust them either, we could use the extra arms.
I feel like they have. I just think that they River would just and then this very quietly, like, I just think that they would feed us to a dragon as soon as help us fight him. I just can't see it happening. But
Yes.
Sorry. So River kind of like is looking very thoughtful, is looking from she's been kind of looking at the guy whose beard she literally like sliced off and stuff like that, and has been thinking about this.
And flung at him.
Yeah. And she says, I have a proposition, and I wonder if it would be agreeable to everyone here, whose opinion matters, she says. Looking towards
Because the dwarf's like, oh.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
She says, you, looking at the Brothers Cauldron, murdered a man in cold blood while he was asleep and defenseless under the roof of people who had given you food and drink and shelter. You have forfeited the most basic regard that should be given to other people by your terrible, terrible actions. And then you made mock of him. They had his shield, right? Like they.
Yes, and in fact, I have a picture of that.
Yeah.
And do you mention the shield?
Yeah, she's going to. Yeah.
Okay, because when you mention the shield, the
Time to roast some shields.
Scarf's Skull whispers something to one of the servants, and they go off, and they return shortly thereafter, bearing this between them. Now, this is the Aegis of Dale. You may or may not have seen this before in your wanderings through the city, but the Aegis of Dale is a absolutely famous artifact in the city because of Elston. It is chased in mithril, which you recognize immediately, Inga, and it is enchanted with what look like potent runes. This was actually recovered originally from the Horde of Smaug, and it was gifted back to King Bard. It is one of the crown jewels of Dale, and so Bard allows his companions to carry it. It is a great shield, and I won't go into any details later unless one of you are like, "Hey, give me that shield." But it's
that would be really great.
It is a badass artifact, but it is Lord Elston's. So, and by the way, Elston would never be seen without it. So.
Yeah. So, and I mean, that was one of the things that we knew about him, like carries the Aegis of Dale. It's one of the things that cued River up into something
right.
terribly, terribly wrong.
Right.
So she says, you made mock of him, and you robbed his body of the greatest honor that he has been given in his lifetime. What I would propose is that each of these men, she doesn't say men, that each of these dwarves bear a mark of shame that would show them to be unworthy, base criminals as soon as they are spotted. I say that each of them should be shorn of their beards and placed in service to this family specifically, until such time as their beards grow back.
So when you say that, the party of dwarves, and you can see like they are a mixture of, angered, horrified. A couple of them are just sort of stoically silent. And as for Skull, the removal of what you think makes you a dwarf, eh? I don't know whether cutting off one's hair is enough of a punishment, but if it were to give you a sense of dishonor, it might be worth it. And he kind of he says, with one proviso, I'll do the work, and I won't be gentle. And so the dwarves kind of like fall silent after some more grumbling.
Inga reaches to her belt, pulls her dagger out, and hands it to him. It's like a gesture of, this is okay by another dwarf.
He takes it and he kind of bows his head slightly and he says, all right, let them know while the thing is burning out. You might as well let this be done by the light of their act. And he kind of, coordinates it, assuming everyone's okay with this, assuming Bolo wasn't like, no, save the beard, but you know, assuming that's not the beards.
I'm also assuming it takes a long time for dwarves to grow beards back to that length. I'm hoping that's the case.
Well, it takes humans also a long time. So
they're like a Play-Doh barbershop. It just
It's like basically.
well, I mean, if you push their heads in,
Yeah.
I suppose.
My hope is that it takes like at least several weeks or months, so that they have to like work to rebuild this place.
Oh yeah. It'll take months.
Exactly.
So as you all watch, Skull just like literally beard by beard, just chop, like pulling their head down, whatever. And all of this happens in the light of the dying fire. You can see, if you look to one side, silhouetted as he, chops off some of this and then tosses it, and you can see the shadows of the beard hairs kind of drifting to the ground, silhouetted against the wall of the outside of the burning building. As this is happening, Scarf is basically just silent and staring at the ground for the whole time. A couple times servants come over to him and he doesn't respond to them, and eventually they kind of leave again. And so we're talking decades. I don't know about decades, but it definitely can confirm, though I'm not a dwarf, it takes a long time to grow a beard long. Trent's been doing it, and that's, been a decade since... No, I'm just kidding. It hasn't been that long, but anyway, that continues to happen, which means now you have a decision to make, which is about, or a decision about moving forward. Scarf will tell you, first of all, gives you the Scarf's son, I should say, Skull, who seems to have taken over mostly for Scarf, gives you the basic information about what he knows about the dwarfs, essentially their direction that they were heading, which was more or less apparently heading roughly in the direction of where you're going to be going to deal with the dragon, bearing Lord Elston's body. Again, he doesn't know exactly where that ended up, but he knows that he took them out of the camp and that out of the fort, and that they were basically heading, again, roughly to the north.
Getting them to recover Lord Elston's body might, River would suggest this, that recovering his body so that it might be taken.
None of the dwarves here, though, were in that group. There were a couple of other dwarves who basically took him, and they have not returned. Because remember, this has only been over the course of less than 36 hours, right? They didn't show up that much longer before you did. Maybe a day before. So this is not a lot of time that's passed.
Still a couple of potentially armed and dangerous.
Maybe
Brothers Coldrum somewhere on the road.
Maybe.
Okay. Cool. Okay.
But anyway, to finish so you have those things to consider, and obviously you have the haste of your journey since the hunt continues. So there's that. But he gives you the basic, roughly speaking, the map of the direction that he would suggest you head. And of course, he tells you that it from here on out, it gets really dangerous, because now you have to cross the waste. For what that's worth.
I think that River is going to suggest to Inga that she send her mechanical thrush to Bard with a message of what has happened, so that Bard can send supplies and reinforcements, and potentially take custody of the murderers and stuff. But just a letter informing him before they go, so that can arrive with all haste and just kind of send them in this direction. And then we'll that just mostly that would be the. I think she would also say, this is a problem of me, the player, being wow, a legendary shield sure would help my character who has the lowest armor class of literally anyone in this party.
You use that shield.
Look at it.
On her back. Just wear it on her back to cover her back while she covers stuff. I think that would actually that is how she would wear it. But the way River would think of this is Lord Elston was on a quest with a purpose, and this is a part of him and of Dale that should face dragons, and kind of in the same logic of putting on the armor to protect her companions and stuff.
I do want to make one note mechanically, though, River, which is that if even wearing this on your back would hamper your ability to fight the way that the River fights, it's a great shield. It is like almost a tower shield. There's no way, even putting it on your back, that you can be I mean, now, of course, Inga could do that. I mean, I suppose.
Yeah, but
I have this image of Bolo
weapons.
flanks here in one hand, the great shield in the other.
Yeah.
Also, like, Inga would be concerned with like the political implication of it all. Like, oh no, not another great artifact that has been given around. This is not a good cause. What a problem if this doesn't get back to one of the kings like immediately.
Yeah.
So maybe instead of the thrush, Inga would send Ricky. But like, what would Inga how long would it take for Freki to deliver the shield to Dale and come back?
I don't think.
Oh, no. There's no way that Freaky could carry the shield.
It's made from mithril. It shouldn't weigh much.
If it didn't weigh much, it wouldn't weigh River down.
I mean, aerodynamics of a swallow.
Exactly, but exactly an African European, but it's not even, honestly, it's not the weight. It's the weight ratios. No, it's not the weight. It's the size. Yeah. Imagine the idea of having Freaky, a bird, trying to fly with this massive wing unit. Raven? What? No.
I'm sorry.
He's a normal mechanical raven, not a massively oversized raven.
Mechanical?
Or sorry, we're talking about Freaky. Even Freaky, though, Freaky is not that. I mean, look Freaky is not that big a raven. We're not talking giant eagle.
Ravens are like fucking huge, like they're huge enough to ride.
No. Ravens are about this big. Okay, this is about how big a raven is.
Right.
Yeah, well, a real one.
The shield is like several times that circumference-wise. I'm just gonna. What I would suggest is like just saying.
I have to get my shield from downstairs.
Just saying that the shield is there. Also, potentially leaving it for like Skal's use as protection in case of dragon attack. But I think just like letting Bard know that it's there. And that it needs to be recovered and accounted for. I think that's more important than actually trying to get the shield to him via Raven.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because tower shields usually run almost 6 feet tall.
Yeah.
Like they are big. So even if you assume this isn't quite a tower shield, with all respect to Freaky, who I have great admiration for, he's not carrying an almost 6 foot shield.
It's like a meter and a half.
Yeah.
It's big.
That's as tall as me, I see.
Yes.
It's more than a meter.
Like, if Freaky can carry each of us over the waist, I think that would be great. And that
would solve everything. It's the giant eagle thing. Why can't they fly the people to Mordor? Yeah. So I will say that, the party could also make the decision to take the shield with them in the intent of just having it for some reason, but not actually wielding it. It's just you're going to need to be aware of it as you're doing so, and you certainly cannot fight with it on you. Not unless you're going to use it for the purpose of being shielded by it. But so that's what I'd say.
Tossing in the heat of battle, should our paths cross again, via
discus like, we will toss the 6 foot tall tower shield.
It's like
listen.
I think that if you can toss a caber, you can toss a shield.
Even Captain America's shield is like what, 1/5 that size? Like, so but anyway, I'm not restricting the party except to say that there are consequences of using a massive shield under any circumstances. That's all.
That's fair. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. So, I guess our next step as a party is to decide like our path through the waste and whether we're following this map, which I think probably.
Which I'll bring up now, by the way. Let me bring you over to that so you can see this map. I have a new map for you.
And Tawny, to Skull, again, loud enough so that the dwarves can hear him, he adds a last piece. If you even get a hint of a whisper that any of these people, dwarves, are not, are even contemplating the possibility of giving you any grief, you kill them all.
And you say that to Skull, right?
Yeah.
And Skull is like, oh, don't worry. I might even do it for considerably less.
No.
And he kind of grunts.
Buddy.
And he sighs, and then he says, all right, fine. I'll only do it if it absolutely becomes necessary. Besides, I might need a refill. And you can see that he's now bound around his neck, hanging by a leather, basically a leather strap. He's tied around a little bit of that dwarven beard hair around his neck.
God, that's so gross, but okay. It's kind of cool, but gross.
He clearly doesn't care about gross at all.
Yeah.
Cool. He's on board with. So it's just, yeah. Okay. So assuming this is the case now, I will say that this, hold on a second. Why is my son screaming? Oh, he's not. He's doing ninja parkour downstairs. I thought he was upset.
Ninja parkour.
That's my son, American Ninja Warrior type of stuff. Just turned 6, my lovely child. So I would think I want to say about Breck. So you will obviously be able. You've been healed, and you'll be able to get a short rest. But I'm not going to allow a long rest here, and the reason is they would probably be willing to make this a sanctuary for you, but it is not capable of being one right now. So because of what happened to it, so you do not have a long rest here, but you do have a short rest that you can use for any other things that you would need to restore. Although I think your hit points with the 7 billion hit points that were restored during that moment
Don't forget,
will be a part of
we do
this.
one long rest per journey.
Sorry, say again. You get what?
We get one long rest per journey because of being a wanderer.
Oh, yeah. Well, then that is true. Do you want to use that now?
No. We all have full hit points.
And you've used it up already, and damn it. All right. Okay.
Unless people really need it, like...
No.
Like, Inge doesn't need it. So.
I mean, likewise, River has like her staunching Song of the Woodsman, which, is supposed to be for healing hit points after a short rest. And I'm like, probably unnecessary here. Spending inspiration does allow her to do it for others, but I'm just kind of, for flavor, imagining that she's been kind of helping Tawny out by like singing the song to around other wounded people and stuff.
Okay. Okay.
Wait, no. I stand corrected. This is actually the last time we can do that because only known lands count. Good thing that I checked.
Oh, well then, you might as well burn them if you got them, right?
It now,
yeah.
Unless you're giving me the waste as known land.
No. I mean, known in that you've been there once or twice, but,
Wait, what is the actual thinging of?
It's a very, very, very long class feat.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
So, like, one of these paragraphs says something...
If any part of a journey passes through a land the DC of your personal event tests are lowered by 2.
Yeah, that's
it's not going to be, though.
Oh, if the entire journey passes through lands if you have advantage when making wisdom saving throws against corruption caused by blighted lands, you cannot become lost under normal circumstances. That's such a cool phrase.
Yep.
You know at least one place in each known land where you can safely take a long rest, a settlement where you have friends, perhaps, or a hidden cabin in the woods, or simply a dry and defensible cavern or secret glade. And Northern Daylands are one of my known lands. So
Yep.
this is the last stop, basically.
The last saloon.
Yeah.
Might as well. Not that it really makes a difference, but...
Cool.
So you can get in that case, you can get that long rest. And programming note, we have about, for the party to know, we have about 20 minutes left. I know people have hard outs at that point. But that's good because that will get us a chance to actually start on the journey because this is a journey coming up. So it's going to be an official one with an embarkation roll and all that kind of good stuff. The one thing I'll say is that because of the actions that you've taken here, you will, and as a note to the viewers as well, certain decisions the party could have made could have led to shadow points being gained by them also. So they avoided that in this case, but their shadow points could have been a part of this. Well, depending on how it had been done. If it had just been one of those like stab them through the heart and then laugh about it type of thing, that, you are heroes, not mercenaries like them. So instead, I think the actions that were taken up to and including the beard removal was well done there. So as you're about to set off on this embarkation roll, I do want to remind everyone of a couple of notes. First, as you're leaving into the waste itself is going to cause checks against corruption as you're in the waste. Secondly, you have the... What? What's that?
I'm ready. Go ahead. But
Okay.
I'm ready for that.
That's the first thing. The second thing to note is that, remember, the dragon hunt continues, and that means the hunt score is going to continue to go up. So we've got that to consider. And then the last note I guess I wanted to make is just that as you're heading north along that path to get to, hopefully to Zarankanbar, the fortress where Raynor is, or the tower where he is. But as you're in the process of doing that, you may also want to be looking for Lord Elston's fallen, remains or whatever on the way. So there's regular journey events. There's that stuff to keep in mind. You don't have to do that also. You could just be like, well, too bad for that guy, and just keep going because he's already gone or whatever. That's up to you. But I'm just letting the party know that for a reset, so we have that in the back of our mind. So with all that said, are you doing then long rest, I assume, taking advantage of it while you have it? Okay. Who is going to act as... Typically, previously we had Bolo as the scout, we had River as lookout, we had Inga as the guide, and Tani as the hunter. Is that what people want to stay with here?
I think...
Yeah.
I think that favors all of our experience and traits.
Okay.
Where did we wind up on hit points?
You're at maximum.
Okay.
Yep.
You got like 5 times of that what you have usually got.
Right, you're roided up all the way for like...
Your hit points in a battery, just from these extraordinary healing events, and just...
Like over-healing in Team Fortress?
Well, it
Over
was
here.
flank Sarah that made it possible, so...
Yeah, I mean, in a way. I mean, you will not forget that skillet meal for a while. I mean, that,
Oh,
Listen.
I love an ultimate skillet right now.
Ultimate skillet. Okay. I will also tell you, because I don't usually reveal it this way, but this is a peril rating of 4, this journey. So that is, to be clear, a lot. But because of the actions, I just remembered why I started that sentence about because of your actions. Because of the actions you've taken for your only first journey event, you will get advantage on checks made during that journey event. Only the first one. But you'll get advantage on it because of the actions taken. Just before you set out the next morning, and you can tell me what any of you want to do quickly leading up to that, but just before you set out, Skull comes to you. Now, of course, the place inside is dark and cold. There's no fire anymore. And indeed, it is a chill morning as well. And he comes up to you as you're sort of looking out at the gray landscape and the blasted kind of heath of the waste. And he comes alongside you as you're all looking out at that, and he says, "I'm grateful to you for what you've done here. I don't know whether or if my father will ever recover, or how he'll feel when he does. He wasn't always this kind of a man, but long years of being out here, making difficult decisions." He shakes his head and he says, "Nonetheless, you'll always be welcome back here. And once we have this place rebuilt the way it should have been, and we've made sure to continue the, what did you call it?" He looks at you, Tani. "Restitution." And you can see every time he's grinding rocks, restitution. He says, "You'll always be welcome in this place one way or the other. And for our part, whatever your destination," and he kind of stares off towards, the far in the distance past the waste. He says, Any blessing of mine that I have to give would go with you on it. Take care.
Lolo's gonna come up to him, and he's taken a portion of the salt and spices that he has, and he's gonna give it to Skull and say, "These will be a few hard days ahead, and I want you to have something to brighten your meals, if nothing else. That can do a lot, I've found."
And he sort of looks down at this thing that and he says, Bolibras took, I thank you. Perhaps if we were more invested in feasting than fighting, we might have had a better time of it. And he kind of pauses for a moment as if thinking, and then he says, well, hold on a moment. And he goes back into the camp, into the fortress, and then comes out of the encampment. And he's carrying something, and he brings it and he hands it over to you, Bolo. He says, perhaps it might be of some worth to you. And you realize it is the dull butter knife thing that you were stabbing people with during the fight, Bolo, which has been cleaned, but is otherwise just as nicked and burned and like... No, it doesn't, trust me, it doesn't look dishwasher clean, okay? It's far beyond that. But hands it over to you and says, may you wield it in honor when so's needed.
He accepts it, and he says, thank you. This may be beaten, but I will use it in honor of what was lost.
He said, and he nods, and he kind of puts a hand on your shoulder, and then he says to all four of you, one last thing. When you're out there in the waste, you know your business better than I do, but I've lived on the edge of this land for a long time. When you're out there walking through the waste, you may find strange creatures and things there, and I've seen what I thought was more of them, even over the last several months than before. You'll have to know your own counsel. Some of those will be dangerous to you, but some, at least my father used to say, might actually be willing to help in some circumstances. The problem is, it's hard to tell which is which. But I would ask, as you go through the waste, that you take care to watch your front and your back, and that whoever you meet, you do so with a hand at your belt, even if your heart's open to them.
River finds herself thinking of the encounter with the strange tree creature woman. Do you remember this? I certainly remember this.
Witherfinger.
Yeah.
Witherfinger, yes.
Before my time.
Doing like this because, like, ooh, there was some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, River finds herself thinking of that encounter and sort of shudders, and kind of understanding.
Inge would also want to tell Scarf is this, right?
Skull is his name.
Yeah. Yesterday, last night when I sent the message with my mechanical thrush to Dale, I also included a message for my builders that are in the town to dispatch a few good people to come and help you up here.
And he sort of, again, you see him almost a little bit of a look of surprise, and he says, because of what happened in this house, you almost were killed. Why would you do all this for us?
Why not?
And he sort of looks at you. There's a moment where both of you are looking at each other completely confused because he's like, why not? Why? Like, he's very much like, no one does good things. You're like, why wouldn't you do good things? Like, you're just staring at each other with this complete lack of comprehension.
Just take the help.
I will. And it's whenever we can get back on our feet, we won't forget it. You or the rest of you.
River, so I'm assuming because they took a long rest here, which
yes.
I'm assuming is going to extend at least like a day or so, right?
Yep.
And I think during that time, River will have, I think, spent a chunk of the time with Tula.
Yes.
And will have spent, like, I'm making a lot of assumptions about Tula as a person and stuff, but my sense of what River will have done is like she'll have to pass the time. Started showing her some basic hand positions on the harp and how to kind of play it and stuff. And by the end of their time there, I think River will say to her, would you do me the favor of 2 things? I'd like to leave this harp in your keeping while we journey wherever we're going. I would like to think that it will perhaps help pass the time here if the nights are getting cold. It's often a cheering thing to have a harp by a fireplace, but it would do my heart great good to know that you were playing it every night, and I could potentially, while out there, imagine that some good is coming of our having passed through here. Would you do me that favor?
And she looks at you, and you're struck now that she's been, cleaned up after the fire and all that stuff, that she's not really that much younger than you, River. You could imagine maybe 5 years at most. And she says, I will. I'll do that, and I'll remember you. It's music that I'll like much more than the drinking songs and what the dwarves were singing while they were here. When you're out there, well, I'd always heard that there are moments where you find yourself. At least that's what my mother used to say, that you'd find who you really were in that place. I'd like it if you don't all lose yourselves there. If you could come back to Breck this way and are here, we'd be happy to feed you and play some music. That's at the other end of this journey, if you can make it through there.
I'd like that very much. And I can tell you the last time we went through the waste. Well, no, the first time, she says, because the last time they were there was too recently, damn it. But anyway, but she'll say the first time I went through the waste, I left a different heart behind. But I can tell you from experience that music sometimes has the strength to challenge dragons, and that you can build a great deal from whatever you find in the strings here. But I'd like very much to come back to this. So thank you for keeping her for me.
And she nods, and I think as the 4 of you set out from Breck, where there's still a little wisp of smoke you can see kind of occasionally emanating from the burned out, obviously, embers and everything, that there are probably 2 people that are watching you as you go. One of them, of course, is Skull, expression fierce, kind of, face grim and yet somehow thoughtful. And next to him, Tula, who has your instrument kind of hanging loosely by her side as your forms gradually disappear into the waste. I need the guide for me, please. I believe it is the guide. To be making, I think it's the guide, but hold on a second. Let me make sure it's not the scout. I think it's the guide. Yes, is going to be making an embarkation roll. You're going to be doing D12 for this, but it's going to be modified as follows. So your survival proficiency bonus. Okay, Inga?
I also would like to
proficiency
inspire this
bonus,
roll,
not
if
just
it-
my survival bonus. My survival skill.
Yeah, that's what they mean. Yeah, your
okay.
survival bonus.
Yeah, so +5.
Plus half your wisdom bonus.
So plus none, or are
Okay.
we rounding up?
Why is it? Was it? No, I'll give you one if that's
No,
like.
okay.
So you have one.
Yeah,
so
I
then
have
six.
one bonus
So 6
modifier. Yeah.
minus 4 because of the peril rating. So that means that you are going to have. You're going to be rolling and adding +2. Now, this is something where inspiration from chat and
I would
other
like
folks
to
can be
inspire,
used.
yeah.
Okay, go ahead. That seems logical to me.
Yes. I'm gonna just make sure to do it through the chat so that it gets.
So I guess a +2. Yeah, that was
Yes, that's correct.
enough. With advantage.
Okay.
D12 +2.
D12 plus 2. So we're talking
Oh yeah,
7.
that's a 1.
No, that's cool,
Oh,
Wispy.
fuck's sake.
Okay, so a 7 or a 6. Not awful though. Okay, so the
12? Kind of?
no, this actually works, I think, for this reason. So what this is feasts fit for the kings of ancient times. Along the path, perhaps game is plentiful. Well, that's not the case in the waste, but herbs, mushrooms, and root vegetables seem to spring up out of nowhere along the company's path. I think that's more credible, especially
Yeah.
mushrooms, lots of fungus. Or the cook brought exactly the correct amount of salt and pepper. Clearly the case. I think even restocked, actually. For whatever reason, your meals during this journey are a thing that can be anticipated with some pleasure and to be remembered afterwards. Perhaps it's the leftover ingredients, Bolo, from the stuff you used on the meal here. So all members of the company will receive a +1 bonus to all skill checks, only skill checks, made during this journey. So remember, that means you have advantage and that +1 on the first journey event, and then any other journey event, any ability checks during that journey will be at +1, thanks to that embarkation roll. So that's good stuff. I love that image, actually, the Bolo. No, I'll handle the nominations thing. And the last thing I need to mention here is that as you are setting out into the world here, as you're setting out into the waste, as you're going along, you are proceeding, and there is going to be a moment where probably I would say, let's say it's about 2 or 3 hours into the journey. You have, of course, the last wisps of smoke behind you, but in front of you and seemingly ever closer, you see smoke that is rising. It is apparently rising from something in the land itself, or perhaps even from the top of a tower. And as you see that smoke rising, we will bring our session to a close. Lovely work. I am so happy that we're back playing again, can I just say?
Yeah.
So happy to have that. And I am just absolutely, I'm actually going to be high on that embarkation roll now for a while, because oh my god, the thought of Bolo's meal, which maximized the healing potential, and then Bolo's gift, and then the fact that food is like freaking perfect, like I just absolutely great. And it was lovely role playing as usual. Of course, I can expect nothing else from this wonderful crew. I will start this time working, and I'll this time I'll go back in the direction I would normally have gone. So I'll start with Amal. Amal, lovely work from the river. I really like that relationship with Tula that was built up a little bit there, and I like the image even as I was thinking about it. I'm like, I bet they're pretty similar in age, and they are not that far off in age. And there, but for the grace of God, go I. Right, like that. There was a lot of that I felt in the way that you were dealing with that. So that was lovely, and you, along with everyone else, had a lot to contribute in terms of like, this is what these people deserve, type of thing, in terms of the decision about the dwarves. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
I super loved it. I worried that I was taking up too much narrative space and stuff with stuff, but like the hospitality thing is so much like what River is entirely about, and it's just such a horrible thing. And she's also like not used to having any kind of actual authority ascribed to her. Like, she's used to speaking, the authoritativeness of someone who does a lot of speaking, but
Yep.
not with the sense that like that she like has any actual institutional power, and
Yep.
that's a weird thing to think about. But no, I really love that. Thinking of her age, when she met the party initially, she was 20. And so if they've been adventuring together for like 4 or 5 years now,
Yeah.
I'm just like imagining.
So she's about your age when you left
When you
then.
set out
Yeah.
adventuring. So, and I love that thought.
Yeah.
I love that thought, and I also like River is always more concerned with like with the people who she sees of as at her level, which is like the small folk and so on, and like the people who have to deal with aftermaths and stuff like that. And so I like the just everything about that felt very correct and good. So yeah. Also just really loved just like I loved seeing this. River is a little disturbed by it. Loved seeing Tawny just be very bloodthirsty, like just being like, yes, I have surveyed the situation, and after thinking about it with the entirety of my wisdom bonus, I think you should just kill them all. Just like,
well, that was, I mean, like Arudinal and other people in chat were like, listen, you want to be like the safe thing to do, you know, like it, right?
Yeah. And I just like, that's something that I think River is definitely going to want to bring up later, like, because I think that in the moment she totally thought it was some kind of like good cop bad cop situation of trying to like just make them afraid or whatever, but she's very curious to know if this is something Tawny actually thinks and stuff, and how, if so, like, I don't know, just to have a conversation about it. But anyway, I loved it. I thought it was really cool. Extremely grateful for Flank Searer and Bolo making it, again, in my headcanon, lots of cheese toasties to recover from a hall burning down. Also, just want to say, in my experience, a thing of which I have weird experience, burning buildings smell delicious. Like, I had this, it just, that makes, it's less disturbing than it sounds. In that, I lived in Glasgow when the Glasgow Art School burned down for the first time.
That was all the paint burning, probably.
No, I think it was the genuinely the ancient seasoned wood of the place. It was just that, like, I became aware every time I walked past it, which was relatively often, I have this moment of going, wow, it smells like delicious barbecue. Where is the... Oh, it's history. It is the scent of history burning. That is what it was. So anyway, I don't know. I can imagine people feeling weirdly hungry as they are around the charred remains of their bacon grease-soaked hall.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, where people can find me next is here, probably next week.
I believe it's next Tuesday. Yeah, so, we're back for this.
Great. I do wanted to just quickly shout out a couple of books that are out today that I am excited about besides the Kickstarter, which is now 2320, by the way, 32 backers. Yay. Sorry. Excellent. So there's a book called Boys, Beasts, and Men by Sam J. Miller that is his collection of short stories that is out today. I wrote the introduction for it. It's absolutely gorgeous. Just tremendous short stories, many of which were award-winning, that have been collected in this, but they are really more than the sum of their parts. I super love it. I think it's great. And there's a book called The Dawn Hounds by Sasha Stronach, who is from New Zealand, and it's just a super weird, wild, fungus-ridden ride through this kind of just really fantastic, like New Zealand inspired landscape and stuff. There's a lot of it's just really, really cool. There are gay pirates and hard decisions by tormented former cops and things like that. So I think it's really, really cool, and highly recommend both of them. That's it for me.
Awesome. Thank you, Amel. Always a pleasure. And I'm excited to have everyone back here next week. I'm very excited for that. Thank you, Mel. Moving right on up the line, Inga, great stuff as well. And I know we need to move quickly because I want to get some people out of here, as I promised. So Inga had some great stuff.
Anyway.
Tari, great stuff today with Inga. And you, you had your own roles to play. I love when you did you're like, maybe we could have them come with us or whatever. And River's like, what? Everyone's like, how is this possible?
I'm out.
And then giving the knife, of course, to Scal to kind of, take his vengeance was nice too. And all that sort of thing. How'd you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Hey, this was lovely, of course. Has been how many weeks has it been now?
It had been over a month. So, yeah.
So yeah, very nice.
Well, that's not true. No, I take that back. Not quite, because ArvCon was late May. But anyway, it was a few weeks.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, what is time anyway?
Exactly.
Also, a song by Time. What is time? A song by Black Guardian about Silmarillion. Anyway, I don't have anything else to add. So people can follow me on Twitter and on Instagram and Tumblr and iTunes. Where I post my art stuff occasionally, and some Tuesdays you can find me also here for either this or doing game book
illustration. I'm happy to get back to it soon. When we can.
Yeah, well, currently my PC is in repair. So.
Say again, what?
My PC is in repair.
Oh yeah, exactly. No, I get it.
Because that thing died on me. But yeah, anyway. At some point we'll continue that, hopefully. So, that's me.
Thank you very much, Tari. Always a pleasure. Oh yeah, we are only $5 short of 2,500, so we're almost 10% there. 3 hours in. Good stuff. Let's keep it up. Thank you, everybody. Brad, I know that Bolo in this situation, was quiet for most of it, but again, I feel like some of the moments I will remember most will be the gift, the meal, the maxing out the healing, and also the idea that sort of ties into what happens with the embarkation roll. So, I'm looking forward to Bolo. We'll have a lot more to say, I have no doubt, when it's just the four of you and you're not worried about all this other stuff going through the waste. But, that stuff just felt very, I guess I just visualized it very strongly about what Bolo would be doing in those moments. So that was really cool for me to see. And I love the idea of Flank Searer again being put to good purpose. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Yeah, last session was such an intense, time, the fight and the fire and all that stuff.
Yeah.
We didn't, it stopped right at the end of that and stuff. We didn't have a chance to really absorb it and stuff. And so this was a good way to digest it, recover a little bit, and kind of get ready for our journey moving forward. And, I like this notion of Bolo kind of gaining an experience, but not at the level of these other players, right? These other characters, because he isn't, right? And so he was a bit awestruck, by what was happening and such. And I couldn't help but think, as Tani was reading them the Riot Act, Bolo was thinking about the first adventure that he was on, where he left Watch to go look at these, little critters running through the grass and stuff.
Yeah.
And Tani read him the Riot Act right after that. And so,
yep.
So that this was that.
I've been on the other end of that. You don't want that. Look at it.
Now you've done it.
You're like, ooh, oh no, you're not.
Yeah. So anyway, it just not quite full circle, but just like an echo of the past kind of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. And I'm looking, we're getting closer. I'm also, Bolo was reminded of Bilbo's journey, and this is not the same journey. He recognizes that, but this feels like like the halfway point, kind of thing. Them reaching Rivendell, but this is very different circumstances and such. So he sees the parallels, but also the differences, along the way. So he's just reflecting on that a little bit. So looking forward to the next stage here.
Yeah.
And I'm mostly just gearing up for Gen Con at this point. And I mentioned the classes that I run on Lit Reactor. I'll have more on that in coming months. But I'm kind of readying myself for that too. So
It's going to be good stuff. Yes, I will. And I will, of course, I will be at Gen Con and looking forward to that. Brad will be doing a bunch of workshops there and stuff. So you should all check that out as members of the symposium. And it's also now been announced that there will be a live D&D adventure written by and run by yours truly that will be in front of a live audience at Gen Con again. And so people should take note of that as well when we're there. But thank you, Brad. As always, a pleasure. And I will see you next week as well. Last but certainly not least, Tren. Again, we started out with playing the Kickstarter video. So the first thing we heard, not quite was your voice, but as far as Tani was concerned, again, like, yeah, I had the same reaction about people being like, oh, damn, I guess it's on then. You know, like about how serious this is from Tani's point of view. And the idea of really kind of almost sort of math it out. Like, can you actually watch these people? If so, yes. If not, kill these bastards because, like, this is the way things are.
Will come back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. This will come back. And I think everyone was very aware of very much that almost Nordic sense of or Viking-driven sense of hospitality and what you do and don't do, right? Or I should say really Anglo-Saxon view of hospitality about what you do and don't do when you're a guest, you know? And Tani clearly reacted to that very strongly also about the nature of what had happened as you had predicted would be the case. But it seemed like everyone in the end came to something where they felt pretty satisfied with mostly that result in terms of the way this happened. But it was interesting to see that side of Tani. And of course the ridiculous healing, but like, I mean, that's just part of the mix. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine
Bolo's doing? He's the one that caused
he maxed it out. That's true.
We're a team.
Yeah. That's what happens when players learn how to synergize their characters together. Oh, I love it when that happens.
Yep.
Where will people see me next? Back here on Saturday. I will probably not have this. It is driving me up the wall, and I'm going to cut it off.
You'll be shamed.
Yes.
Oh no! But you'll be recognized as a criminal.
Exactly.
Oh no! You've been thrown by a smooth criminal.
Maybe smooth. No, I'm not going to show it that. Not going to save it that short.
You all love it. Love it.
Just imagining the soundtrack of like the TV show of our campaign is like smooth criminal playing over scowls, shaving each of.
Except Tani was not the smooth criminal, and he got caught.
Right. No.
That's true. Tani, are you okay? Tani, are you okay?
Oh my god!
Oh,
It works.
No.
You all know it works. That's what happened to you.
it really doesn't. You know, you think it does, but it doesn't. Anyway, so I narrated a BattleTech novel, something. Usually John's here to tell me what it's called. It's called Rock of the Republic.
Okay.
Audible thing. Is that what it's called? Audible?
I think that's the last I checked.
I don't remember anything about my job anymore. Or anything about it. But yeah, it's I'm really hungry because I still haven't had breakfast. So I'm probably going to go get some food. I feel like there was something else I was going to mention, but I can't remember what it was now. Yeah, so when we come back to this next week, Tani has special gifts that you've been told about. You have been told about it, and so have all of them.
Mm-hmm.
They all know about it, and it's just, you know, it's got little vials, 5 little vials to hand out to everybody.
Yep. That's right.
Wait, I forgot about that.
Right.
It will be.
Did not.
He has not forgotten, and he will remind everyone.
Right.
But we will see you for that, and you will also again get more by this man right there, over there, Tren, with the audio work if you continue to support the Kickstarter too. So don't forget to do that also. I'm going to let these folks go. Chat, can we get some love for these wonderful players? So happy to be back on the wagon with this. Good to see, as always, Trending Sparks, Brad Bollier, Atari Tunes, and Amal Elmatar. Bye, everybody. Much love, and I'll see you next week. Bye-bye. Alrighty. So good stuff. Now, yeah, I am not going to actually. I don't need to do this now because I am. Let me just make sure I do that correctly. Okay. I don't need to do this now, so I will. In answer to the whole nominations thing, the next time that I'm on, which may be sooner than you think. chat. The next time that I'm on stream, please remind me, and we'll be able to do nominations at that time for stuff, because we have a Patreon fueled Chet Chosen Game of the Month to do in a couple of weeks. So I have not forgotten that, and that will be the case. But I also want to say that we have passed 2,500. So we are now at 2,520. We are over 10% of the way there, and we are literally 3 hours from when we launched. So this is a really good opening, actually, everybody. 33 folks, 2,520 so far. This is a really good start. But we have a long way to go. So please spread the word. Please let people know about this, because obviously it's only through word of mouth that we're going to be able to make this happen. Now, I do want to note for everybody, for the record, that there was a little bit of a mix-up with the schedule over at GOG. GOG.com is not going to be Talisman today. We're actually doing that next week because there were schedule conflicts with the players. So next Tuesday's Talisman Adventures, and the Tuesday after that is D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh. So we'll still get our usual sessions in for the month there, but it's not going to be today. So today is going to be some more Solasta Lost Valley DLC, which is going to be a good time. So, but I got to go set that up and get that ready. So again, 25K is exact. Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much, Blackberry Bear. I appreciate it. And yes, please spread the word and let everyone know. As Garlic Tofu says, 25K is really the minimum of what we need. But obviously, we want to go much more than that so we can get those things. Remember, we need 500 backers so that Trent can do the audiobooks and all that stuff. So we got all that stuff to happen. So, that's the deal with that. Now, with that said, let me see if I've got that over there. I think I do. With that said, I am going to say goodbye to everybody, and I'm going to fire up this video just for our little outro here, which is the Kickstarter outro. Again, please remember, Kickstarter, spread the word, let everybody know, really important. Thank you so much. I'm going to be over in just a few minutes over on GOG.com with Pen and Pixels. I want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream today. Thank you to my mods, Marudnell, Dragon Spirit, Garlic Tofu, Hillness, Triffid. Thank you for being awesome people. Thank you. Thank you so much as well to Patreon and supporters and subs. Thank you to Marudnell, Dragon Spirit, Garlic Tofu, Hillness, Triffid, Nonstop, Wispy Song, Echo Alpha X5, Ballstag, Big Boss, Blackberry, Brahms, Commander Dunsel, Arenth, Trendane. Thank you to Classicor for gifting 5 subs earlier as well. Thank you to those. Thank you as well to 420. Thank you to Amal. Thank you to Asukamas Casa. Thank you to Crit Twitch. Thank you to Dropsnet. Thank you to Soy Cooperville. Thank you to Sophia Fox. Thank you to Supa. Thank you to T-Bank. And thank you, of course, to the Rising Tides, who was a mod, so I don't know why it didn't show up there. But anyway, much love, Rising Tides. Good to see you. Thank you to all of you. And most of all, thanks today to the wonderful supporters of the Kickstarter who have gotten it off to such a big start. Please spread the word and let's keep it going. And thank you all for being awesome people. That is going to do it for me. I'm going to rise up on out of here, and I'll see you over at GOG.com in just a little bit. Until then, everyone be good to each other, and bye for now.
By hating death, you become its servant. By loving it, you become its master. You must always choose love, the first rite of devotion. A dark faith for a darkening city. Justice is balance. Within the towering walls of Corel, all bow to the Order's authority. Grayshade is the supreme executor of the Order's edicts, until he does the most dangerous thing an acolyte of Argoth can do. He begins to ask questions and search for answers. Now, you can join his search. Independent publisher Athos Arts has just published the novel Grayshade, a dark fantasy by award-winning author Gregory A. Wilson. Now the world expands. Alligator Alley Entertainment, publishers of Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library and Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, is pleased to announce its Kickstarter for the Grayshade universe, supporting 2 major product lines. First, Athos Art's publication of books 2 and 3 in the Grey Assassin trilogy, Renegade and Heretic, and second, Alligator Alley's publication of a brand new Grayshade tabletop role-playing game, powered by the 5th edition of the world's greatest role-playing game and designed by writers Aaron Rosenberg and Rich Lescouflair. This game will give you the chance to explore the streets of Corel for yourselves, with detailed city maps, secret histories, unique starting classes, custom magic systems and mechanics, and more. The acclaimed gaming accessory maker Norse Foundry will be producing a limited edition, individually numbered Founders coin for founding backers based on the Grayshade world, featuring an illustration by artist Tallytoons. Years of work have gone into this project, from concept to design to execution, and we've assembled a team of experts dedicated to launching this new world with some of the best speculative fiction and tabletop role-playing experiences possible. But to truly realize our vision, one final component remains: you. Join Gregory A. Wilson, Alligator Alley, Athos Arts, Norse Foundry, and our team of dedicated creatives by supporting the project and spreading the word. Thank you. Together, we will bring the world of the Grey Assassin to full and vibrant life. You must always choose love.